as we are once again alive upon the internet. And yeah, let's make sure that we are in all ways with bitrates going both places and us being set to public with the right categories and such. That's you, yes. Because yeah, we're gonna start into for a second. Which character do we use for this? Let's grab this guy. Because as the title of the video says, we're gonna record a video real quick. Actually, as well, I should have actually made a folder and everything. But of course, I forget. 25/02/20. That's the dates, and this is Simple Calcs. Still not sure if I put this in rambling talk or if I put this into in-depth look. I think because, or maybe in-depth guide even. Although, well, it's not technically an in-depth guide, but also I've put other things like this in in-depth guide. Oh yeah, let's make it an in-depth guide because it's not a look per se. Because I've done in-depth guides before that are not aren't tied to an actual guide. View by large icons, sort by name. Let's already grab a thing file and a thumbnail file. What's it gonna? I messed it up. I didn't grab a description file. I grabbed the other things. Actual thumbnail. Yeah. So those are in here. I'll edit them, of course, later and stuff. It's also, this will be a video that comes out on Sunday because, yeah, we had a video come out yesterday. I will give you a good background for this, actually.
All on-duty guards are requested to remain at their posts.
I was thinking maybe just the lab. We've used that before as like a sterile place to kind of...
Here you go. Best gear in the city. Come take a look.
It's either we do that or maybe we just use like this to start off with, and then not that this makes sense for simple calculations, but then we'll just go into range because I'll need the range afterwards anyway. But we'll just, and then we'll do the outro by the other means. Fuck it, why not? Sounds about right. I need result. Wait, what was that? Yes to? That's recent. That's pretty recent. What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. But yeah, either. Anyway, what we're gonna be basing it on. Actually, the order, I'm gonna swap the order already because I remember just looking at this and going like, this doesn't make sense. So these two swap places. Because yeah, we're just gonna teach the simple things basically that I would hope most people would know already, but a lot don't. Does this go to the right spot? Yeah. So actually here, wait, core. There we go. Only two of those at the ready. They changed the look of this. Wasn't this like square? Somebody gave a. Wait, what is a math solver? Oh, it's okay, it's an equation solver. Oh, the lab. Yeah, let's maybe use that. Maybe we use this for something else in the future. Let's just use the lab.
Let me be your one-stop shop.
Because that seems like a sterile looking place, you know, where we do science shit. And nowadays you can't actually exit through the middle there. No. Or is there a names group there? Oh, there's a name. But we're going down here. The second floor basement. Metal Gear style. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like surprising that was also like that close to us, right? And just, it was, and yeah, clean versions of these doors instead of the dirty ones we have in We'll just this actually, and then might do one of the. Did he have one? Yeah, he does have that one. So maybe we just do this, you know. This is as close to a lab coat as we get in this game, I feel. Okay. You know, I feel we should have this be that as well. Let's go with that, and then should actually save a few of these loadouts with that, with the white weapons. It's the point of having the white specialization weapon skins and not using them. We'll go all the way black disc actually, and then even here we'll take this one, and then we'll hold the pistol, yeah, and have the weapon on our back. We're all black disked up. I am about as traitor as I can be. It's interesting that it's a red on that part, and then because that's also, oh well, that's actually more Sokolova, right? That's blue. And yeah, also what we should do is just make this bigger. Maybe. What happens if I go to one of the other scenes that I have? That's kind of fine. But this is what you get when you actually search calculators. Huh? Actually, let's go to the main page. Yeah, there we go. We'll start from there. Yeah, let me catch it here. Annie Denison, Annie Windsor, and yeah, we'll try to have a cool stream here. Yeah, let's start actually recording right away, just to not spend way too much time. And as an in-depth guide into simple calculations. Actually, maybe we'll just put him at a desk like he's working at it. Let's put... maybe something we could make work. Can we go through these? No, I can go over them. We'll do one of these. Actually, that's where we should end then. I'll start it here and then turn it around. The intro doesn't need to be anything special per se. So this recording, make sure that the recorder is working. Yeah, and then yeah, let's start recording or attempting an intro here. So it's going to be in-depth guide into simple calculations. What was my name again? Yeah. Yeah, let's do a take and then we'll see how that goes and refine it from there. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give an in-depth guide into simple calculations. And while that may seem as an oxymoron to have an in-depth thing into simple things, nothing is actually true about that, as there are a lot of simple calculations which are very handy to know. We're going to go through several of them today. I'll list them here as being the crit calculation, how to balance out your crit for builds that are pretty low on crit chance and crit damage, because a lot of people don't know how to do that. With high crit builds, of course, we just max it out on the crit chance end and just as high crit damage as you can go. Secondly, we'll go into going over an average damage shot calculation. And that is also pretty simple. And again, we will need nothing more than a calculator, which will be the premise of this video. Actually, yeah, let's not ramble on too much, but actually, yeah, I should put that at the start because that's the premise of it, kind of. Yeah. And the pro liner. Yeah, let's take a take to that. We can do better than that. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into simple calculations. And while that may seem as an oxymoron, going in-depth into something simple, nothing is actually true about that. We can actually have a little bit of an in-depth look into some of the simple calculations, which are very handy to know, because there is a set of them that I feel every player should know, but not every player does. I'll list them here as we'll go over how to calculate and balance out crit. Then we'll go into going into an average damage shot and how to calculate that as a second thing. Then we'll actually go into how multipliers or within a single pool, we can calculate already how much adding a value to it will actually add in the total DPS calculation, basically. Then we'll also actually discuss very briefly how actually multiplicative calculations will work, because a lot of people get that wrong, which is actually a simple calc, but just people get them wrong. And the premise of today as well is we'll be using nothing more than just a simple calculator. We're just going to use the basic one that Google can provide us very easily. Nothing spreadsheety, just simple stuff that anybody should be able to do. And I hope after this video that everybody also actually knows how to do them. Let's go start with the first one. Oh, is the audio these things? That could very well be. Let me check for myself here. Although actually, I can check there. It seems calculations, and well, that may seem as an oxymoron. Try refreshing. Sometimes Twitch does that, but also sometimes that is actually the case because my audio setup has a habit of breaking and doing exactly that. Once in a while. That's a good enough intro. There was a bunch of ums and ahs, but I don't need it to be perfect. What's a good example, actually? Heartbreaker Tech Tank would be a good example. Should have maybe gone with the can too, although I wouldn't have cool clothes there. Yeah, let's actually set up. Should have realized that actually at first. So maybe do that in. Yeah, let's swap to that character. We'll set them up in kind of the same clothes, and we'll do the. We'll use their stats there because yeah, actually the Heartbreaker Tech Tank is a good place to.
Safe area entered.
Should already have. Okay. No. That was an outfit right there. Go with that. Actually, there's a. Isn't the white desk cap also white? I mean, it is. It's a white desk cap, but or is it there? No, that's a clown anywhere. Go with that. And yeah, then weapons. Although does this have somewhat white? No. Nothing close. And we'll this to that. Just for uniformity. And we'll even put ice band there. Not that we're actually going to shoot anything here, but we'll use this as the comparison. It's actually standing somewhere like this. Yeah. That 52 is like unreadable the way the place I've put it. I don't want to per se, but I could go into the void, but most of the time we'll have that browser anyway. Ah, that's readable. Scuba mask now. I mean, we could maybe for the next one, just for you, we'll make a scuba mask. So Yeah. I'm gonna just try to do this whole thing as one segment. So we'll start here and then go to browser, calculator. Actually, do I have any? Can I? Actually, no, we'll put this already in here. No, yeah. Not that there's anything in my search history that like really matters there anyway, but yeah, so let's do so we go that, and then we'll discuss, because I already had an idea of just doing like a 57 to 63 with like a 160, which is basically the Hunter's Fury setup. Oh, we'll jump in the game as well to just show the stats and then go back, and then does she have a Hunter's Fury? Or actually, let's just use the Heartbreaker numbers, right? If we're gonna discuss the Heartbreaker specifically, we'll load it up for the Heartbreaker here. Oh, for the reclaimer. Yeah. She's making yep. That one guy, the famous guy that makes cheese making videos, that's always searching for the last few days. Yeah, let's go and as our tool, we'll just actually go very simple for anybody that has a browser. Just inputting calculator actually in your bar as a search term, or just going to Google and actually inputting it as we have here, and press enter. We actually get a calculator, which can be handy. And well, yeah, you could of course have handheld units like that, and they're always handy to have nearby. We don't need that per se for here. Now let's actually take a practical analysis, and we'll go for that with a build that is near and dear to my heart, which is the Heartbreaker. It's broken my heart, but it lives in there as well. Yeah. And here we have actually one of the places where we're pretty low on crit, as for instance, those that don't know the Heartbreaker tech tank, it is a setup for Heartbreaker with Memento, and it's especially there to have a really strong shield and still hit hard enough, but we're pretty low on crit. We're 52, 105. Now, generally, one of the easy ways that we talk about crit is to just have double the crit damage as crit chance as a general rule. And as a general rule, it works out well enough that you can go that way. You should always consider if your talents are triggering from crit chance in some form, as that is also important. But that's also what we're taking this one as an example. But for instance here, let's just do the calculation itself. For that, I've actually have two browser windows ready. If we go back to the browser here, so what we had in game was, and we can just take it as that as well as the numbers that we have in game. There are percentages. If you wanted to actually calculate these as a multiplier, you need to convert them into basically divide them by 100. That is so that you can calculate them together as a multiplier. Here, though, for what we are going to do, which is just balancing crits, which is one of the main things that you should be able to do. And I know a lot of people struggle sometimes with this, is how should I have my crit? The answer is very simple. You multiply your crits together. So we take crit chance times crit damage. And it doesn't per se matter in what way that we do it, as long as we do it consistently for the options that we have. And the options that we have then comes in, because here we have 52 times 105, 105. And that gets us, if we press, is 5460. So this is basically the number we get multiplying those two together. Now, in a separate browser window where I've already have calculator put in, what we could have, for instance, if we swapped a crit chance to a crit damage, or well, the other way around, actually, a crit damage to a crit chance, what we could have is 58. We would have +6 there. And then we would have, actually, what we would have then is, and we can even do that in here by doing it in brackets, and that is 105 minus 12. So that gets us 5394. So basically, we take the options that we have, and that means, yeah, that you have to kind of consider it in that way. Could I add maybe a weapon mod, maybe, or swap a weapon crit chance mod to a crit damage mod and stuff like that? You basically go for the options, and what you can do as well is even more than 2 options. If you have 10 options available to you, just open up 10 browser windows and go one by one through the options, and the biggest number wins in this case. Outright, the biggest combination of this will have the highest multiplier. Because of that, will increase your damage by the most. That is, of course, then a little contingent on other factors, because here, for instance, and that is also why we're keeping these two simple calculations, but all of these as well have much more in-depth intricacies, which you can go into if you really want to, but we're not going to do that in this video. But I'll lay out a simple one. For instance, if we had on our chest, if we had obliterate instead of using the heartbreaker chest or any other talent that is crit dependent, because this is of course critical hits, counting up for obliterate's increase, then suddenly maybe giving up a little bit, because that's all we're doing. We're giving up a little bit. We're going for from a 5460 to a 5394, which isn't that bad of a deal, because, for instance, we already know, for instance, the 52 is much better. What if we had instead actually an 46 times 117, which is the other option if we went the other way with it. Here, it's even lower a little bit, but the worse we make this, so let's even go 40 times 129, our balance is kind of falling away more and more. And suddenly here, while we actually are using the same amount of stats, now it's dropping off by quite a bit once we're like hitting 40. And that's why also you should actually balance out your crit. But generally, you can go just double the crit that you in crit damage that you have in crit chance. And basically, once you're over 60, that's it. You should basically go 60. Going this way, we can very easily figure those kind of things out. But here as well, again, as with the weapon, would also be a point of if I were to use, let's say, a killer weapon. Because, for instance, nowadays, you could run a Lexington with killer and do actually overall just on par, basically damage-wise, as the Kingbreaker. But then you have also the much better handling of the Lexington. So if you're going killer, now that becomes part of that consideration as well. But actually, an important part where we want to discuss this as well is if we're going over 60. That is the part that actually most people will run into much more often. So let's say we have an 58, actually no, a 57 times 160. That is not an uncommon number to see, especially in the past. Actually, the old Hunter's Fury would land on this. Nowadays, of course, between Cheska and Grupo, basically, nowadays we can actually balance out a little bit better. But let's say we take this as our point that we can kind of discuss. So if we have 57,106 and we is that together, if we now take, what happens if we put a 6 crit chance in there, if we have that option, and we likely have, and then lose 12 crit damage, we were going way over 60, we would go to 63. And this place is actually where this calculation is very handy to know, because we're going to go to 60 times 148. We're grabbing a 6 crit chance, we're putting that in, we're basically not getting the full rewards out of it because it's going to cap, of course, at 60. But is this number better or worse? It is by a lot worse, actually, we can see. So in this case, for instance, unless we have actually things that are triggering off of crit chance, we would want to go with the 57-160 over the 60-148. But then there are ways, because sometimes it is worth it to actually waste basically a little bit. Because let's say we had, instead of that, we had the 56 times 160. Because here we're 89.60 on this one. We'll do the same here where we go 60 times 148 because that part is the same. Let's say for a different build, a different layout, we were actually getting 56-160. We would get a 4 crit chance out of that 6 crit chance, and versus the other one, basically by a tiny margin, still the 56 actually here wins. But the higher that crit damage number goes, because especially if we go 56 times 180, just to show that, for instance, here, 56, 180, and then 60 times 148. Now, so 168. There's 168. Now, actually, they're actually completely balanced. That's also why I wanted to go with these numbers. The 56, 180 would win or wouldn't win anymore here. So putting that mod in or not, even if we're wasting 2, we're doing fine, basically. And the second, we're a little bit over 180. This would flip to being in the favor of actually going and wasting a little bit of crit chance. So generally what you want to do is actually do this calculation for the builds that you have and actually pick the option that is better. Both in this sense, having the number there, but then do consider always that, yeah, some of the talents, of course, like Killer, like Obliterate, are very dependent on the crit. So you want to actually consider that in that argument as well. There we go. How long was that? 10 minutes. Oh, well, it's fine. A little longer than I wanted. Also, I kind of, yeah, that was 180 was the number I should have had there. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I should have started at 180. But yeah, we have that one in the bag. Now let's do an average damage calculation. This time. Actually, do I have? Do I have? Let's grab from one of the recent build showcases, maybe. Yeah, let's grab the striker one. That's easier. Because we'll use this as a. Actually, do I have? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Can I clear here? I'll clear. Yeah, let's do this one now. Yeah, I'll show also the turn. It's like I should turn on damage numbers, but I should actually just show as well how to turn on damage numbers. Yeah. For our next thing that we'll teach here is actually how to do average shot. Now, average shot is not something that everybody's familiar with. It is actually the thing that we use to do DPS calculations with, because we have a crit chance number in there. If you've seen ever any of these multi-calculators during the build showcases and such, if we zoom in a little bit, basically this column is an average shot. This is actually the thing that is getting calculated when I input all of these numbers together with the crit chance and such, and also with the factors of, for instance, how much we put the headshot on and such. We basically get an average shot out, because what we need is an average shot to go and be multiplied by the RPM to get a burst, and then also by the RPM, and then also factored in with max size and reload for a sustained DPS calculation. So all of our calculations are always kind of based around average shot, because yeah, we need to kind of get one number, or we basically take a DPS that is, or we calculate out onto a DPS that is for all crit, and then without all crit, or without critting ever, and then just take a 60% average between those two. But actually getting to this average shot is, while you can do it by calculating it out as we have it here, it is actually doable as well without that. And that is just by taking the in-game shots for crit and non-crit, and then actually doing the multiplications of those. So what we'll have here is, I'm going to actually, in the game, make a few shots. So we're on the Heartbreaker tech tank here still. Now, this, of course, has a stacking mechanic. One of the things you do have to always consider is the stacking of the build. If the build is stacking, you need to either consider add full stacks, which we usually do, or if you want a different number, you have to consider that, you need it at those points, basically. That's also why we calculate them out that way. That's much easier if I want to do 50 stacks, because where in this part is, where on that bar is 50 stacks exactly, if you can tell me. Then you are much more better sighted than I am. But in this case, for instance, what we'll do as well is on PC, you have this option. I'm not sure this is available on consoles. Actually, I'm pretty sure it isn't. But we can turn on damage numbers in the chat log. What that does is, as I'm shooting, we'll get our damage numbers popping up on the left side there. I'm going to stack up here with the ACS. I'm going to swap to the Kingbreaker and actually get some shots in at full stacks. We're doing so preferably while pulsed, as we're there. And I especially, of course, want to be at full stacks. Heartbreaker has some issues with that quite often. But once the damage numbers kind of level off there, we kind of know that we're on those numbers. Now we have two numbers, and this is for the body shot average shot. So it is, of course, if we're headshotting, we have two different numbers. So we would have a different DPS calculation for headshot than we do for body shots. Same for as well, if you want to include it in that way, having DTA or not having DTA, having DTH, for instance, or not DTH, and then DTOC or not DTOC. You could have a whole matrix of output here. But if we're just considering body shots, not headshots, and then just taking the average shot, but if we wanted it for the headshots, we're doing it in that same way. So we have a 511,236, and we have 1,048,35. Those are our two numbers. Let's take them over to our calculator here. One thing I could actually maybe do is, if I were to say, alter this, and I should have maybe done this beforehand, but we can even actually pull that up, pull up this, and then we can have the numbers appear much more easily there. So what we're going to do, we have, of course, we know from the build as well that it has 52 crit chance. So 52% of the time we're doing the crit number, and then 48% of the time we're doing the other number. And there's multiple ways that you could do this. The way that I'm going to do it here is just to get the numbers and I prefer it this way. We're going to put in the full numbers and then actually times 52 for the first one. We're going to bracket them. If you're not familiar with bracketing, anything between brackets gets calculated together first. So we want, of course, these to be calculated first and then broken up by the 100 at the end. So what we're going to do is bracket here. a bracket, and then we'll start with the number there, which is first we're going to do the crits because we know 52 is the crit number. So 48 035 times in this case, of course, 52. Also, you could do 0.52 and skip a step here, but just for clarity's sake, we can basically do it like this. We're basically creating 100 shots and then taking the average shot of that. And then if we now go to the other end of it, wait, actually, oh shit. Let's maybe, I don't know actually how in this calculator you go. Wait, can I just do it here? Because yeah, I always do this in like, just I put it in a spreadsheet. So what happens if I do this? Then 48, as this should work. 035. Plus, will this work in this way? I was kind of thinking of maybe showing it in spreadsheet, but I wanted to actually do all of these without any, also the numbers wrong there. 48. This is 52. Well, actually, yeah, we should also do it with 0 because I know I usually do it the other way, but we should just do it with the 0. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy that in. But wait, how do I go past the bracket here? How do I? It doesn't matter really. Yeah, we can actually do it in 2 steps. Yeah, that's what we should do then. What I get for not actually using the tool as I'm kind of. That's fine though. We'll fix that up here now. Also, we have that, so let's try that segment again. Let me find this tab again. Yeah, so it's over there. And hey, the Mambu. And indeed, some math happening. Yeah, let's go again. And for our second simple calculation, we'll go into how to calculate average shot. If you aren't familiar with the term average shot, that is basically what we use to get to the point of calculating out a DPS. That's generally one of the important parts. If you are familiar with, for instance, these multi-calculators that are quite often used for build showcases and such, the way that they actually calculate out towards their final steps is actually that we calculate out an average shot. And what an average shot is basically your crit chance built into a number as well. Because you take your non-crit shots and your crit shots and basically say, this is, the crit shots are happening this many percent, the non-crit shots are happening this many percent. You're adding all of that together, you get one singular number out. And because of that one singular number, you can actually input that and then get, go, instead of basically a base, where, for instance, a base number would be, because this is now your weapon hitting for that amount. If you times that by the RPM as a RPS, as a rounds per second, so this number divided by 60, basically that's 900, that will get you your burst DPS for a build. specifically, of course. So this is on build and actually calculating it for a build specifically. And then, of course, if we take that same number and we also know the RPS, the mag size, and the reload, we can also actually spit out a sustained DPS number. So basically in these calculators as well is all of these numbers together, we're putting them in here, and that's actually just all together spitting out an average shot. Now, of course, it's a different average shot if you have a headshot number or not. So for instance, here our headshot is on and is at 100%, our DTA is on, our DTOC is on, all of those things are on, and that's this number. You would, of course, have different average shots depending on if you are or aren't going for headshot numbers and such. But for here, we'll keep it simple and just go for instance for some body shots numbers in a second. And for that, what we first need is actually to have some numbers to compare with. In the chat on PC, if you press enter, you actually have the option to turn on damage numbers, which is over there. You press this arrow, and under combat info, you can put on damage numbers. And as you can see already, there is some damage numbers already there. If we stack up this build, just to also show those damage numbers actually being created, I've set this enemy on invulnerable here as well. They're without armor, so this then again would be actually as if the build had DTA at 0%. I'm gonna stack up Heartbreaker nice and well, and yeah, we get a set of numbers there. As you can see, once it basically is capped out, it plateaus. That's how we can kind of, with stacking builds like Heartbreaker, like Striker, we can go off of the point where it's kind of plateaus. Because here, for instance, we see some 508s. Those are below these 511s here that we have. And that means that, yeah, we lost the stack there for a second. So these numbers are below that. And then we got our stacks back. And this is the top number here. Now, if we take these two numbers, we now have a non-crit and a crit number in there. What we can do is actually take our trusty calculator once again, as I'll bring that back. And if we actually, I'll clear it already as I was doing some practice runs there, but we'll do it afresh for here. If we take the crit number and the non-crit number and actually times them by the crit number as a percentage. So the crit number, or the crit amount that we do, the 1,048,035, if we take that and times that by 0.52, that is as a percentage of an average shot, the amount that a crit will put into there, because it's 52%. So actually, let's input that. We take 1048 0.35. That was our crit number. If we take that and do this together times 0.52, this is our crit number, the crit chance amount that we have in the game, and also then our damage that we hit on that crit. This is the critted side of this calculation, and if we were to do headshot numbers, we would just have a different headshot number or a different number at the start there. If we were to do it with or without DTOC or something like that, you could arrange it to get your numbers as you need them. If we this just to get that as now a number, now we can also add in our non-crit end. And of course, the non-crit end, if we have 52 crit chance and 100% is the total, was basically 100 minus 52 is the other side of the coin, and that is 48% non-crits, basically. So what we'll do here is actually use brackets, because we're going to plus those numbers together. So it is this number plus, and then in brackets, we're going to put 511,236 times, in this case, and then 0.42. So these two numbers together, as we'll get here, this is now the average shot of that build. And this is 579,697.32. Now, of course, this 0.32, if we round it down, it would be it would go away. But you generally as well, you can just take this number and actually put that in the calculator. In a spreadsheet setting, you could actually input all of these numbers and actually have fields for them. Of course, we're kind of avoiding having doing any spreadsheet work for today, just keeping it simple calculations. But it shouldn't be too hard to understand that. Yeah, we could just have these fields be inputted there, and we put in crit chances and crit, basically the inverse of crit chance, and then the numbers applying there as well. Now, what we can do with this average shot number, this would be exactly the same number if we kind of go back to here, that we could input as from a calculation. Basically, this could come from calculation form or from basically this form, kind of the shortened form. Now, very simply, if this build was running a FAMAS is, in this case, 900 RPM. 900 divided by 60 is 15, 60 for being in seconds. So we're taking it from going from the RPM, rounds per minute, to RPS. What we could even do here at this point is, if we know the RPM of the weapon, and you could, of course, just calculate that, as I said there, it's just whatever RPM it has divided by 60. If we take that number, so here times 15 for a FAMAS, let's say, this is actually already the burst DPS of this build for body shots. So this is actually, yeah, how we get to DPS. So basically, it is easiest to go to an average shot first, and then basically bring in the stats from the weapon to go to a DPS. And yeah, in this way, we can actually calculate out fully an DPS of a build very easily. And yeah, as we showed there, with no other tools than just a simple calculator, you could just write the numbers down as you go and and just plug this into a calculator. There we go. That segment is 7 minutes. Can I Control Z this? No. Yeah. Wait, I can't Control Z that. Actually, yeah, it does go all the way to the bottom right, because there's no bar there. Yeah. Let's go and be here. So next up is, yeah, additives. This one I might have to do like twice or something, because I might actually get caught up in how to explain this. It's always annoying to, like, it's very intuitive for me, I feel, but yeah, I know a lot of people don't get it. And either and Heather Fabre, as yeah, those are some colleagues of mine likely at work today. Yeah, well, let's go and do this segment here. We don't need that one anymore. So yeah, we need to explain multipliers for this, basically. Yeah. So let's actually have the stat screen up here. Actually, yeah, let's go into void. Just have it more easily readable. And then weapon damage. Yeah, let's go into this one. And for our next simple calculation that I feel you should be able to do, and hopefully after this you will be able to, is how to consider before even adding in a multiplier. I kind of went a weird sentence right there. Let's go, seeing as it's at the start, let's reset. And the next one is how to calculate out a multiplier and how much it actually will add. In this case, adding an additive basically into a pool. For that, we're gonna use all weapon damage bonus here, for instance, as one of the pools. If you're not familiar with what I'm talking about when I say pools and such, some call them buckets, but it's basically the things that kind of add together before they multiply against the rest. So all of the detalk on the build will add together and then multiply against the rest. All DTA, all of the weapon damages in this case as well, the normal weapon damage and the specific weapon damages add together. All of the crit damage, of course, on a build adds together, and that even as a pool adds together into together with headshot before it multiplies against the rest. So the additive parts, the additive to themselves parts, we can actually already get how much it will add to our final DPS, basically the final output, before we even actually, without actually calculating out the entire build. So in this case, let's do a simple one. We have 55 all weapon damage together with 45 assault rifle damage, which will be active when I have the assault rifle on. So we have a total of 100. And we have a memento on this build, of course, that would, once it charges up, we get 30% from that, 30% all weapon damage. We don't, of course, get 30% extra damage on top, but what we get is, in effect, adding 30 to a pool that already has 100. And we can already, even without actually calculating out the build and the different DPSs, we can actually calculate out how much that will add before we go into there. And that isn't a hard thing to do at all. The thing that you need to do is understand first, though, how we go from percentages to a multiplier. So you may have seen the weapon damage calculations at some points, and also if you haven't and you want to have a much more in-depth understanding of these things, I do have a video on that, actually 2 videos on the weapon damage and even a guide. I'll link those down below, of course, as they're very important kind of for this discussion, even though it is not per se needed, because once I kind of show you how to do this, you can apply that in other areas as well. Even without knowing the full calculation values, you can actually know, for instance, how much does a memento add to a build, to a specific build as well, because this is, of course, going to shift if we have different values here. This is going to be completely different on a striker that has like 100 all weapon damage, and then another 30 maybe, or even 40 there, and then it's getting 30 weapon damage on top, for instance. But for instance, for this build specifically, we have 100 combined, so we know we have 55, we have 45, those add together, we have 100. The way to go from a percentage to a multiplier is basically that you divide this percentage by 100. So we go from having basically 100% to 1, and then we add 1. The 1 in there is basically the representation of base. The way that, of course, we calculate things out is that in things multiplying against each other, if we were to say have 60% of something, let's say we have 12% detalk, or maybe, or 8% detalk available. If we were to go times 0.08, you're actually reducing your number, of course. You need to have the representation of base in there, that's at 1. So what we get is, in this case, actually very simple. We get a 1 plus 1. But in effect, what we're getting is that 100 is being divided by 100, in this case, for that 1. And we're always adding plus 1 for every pool that exists, basically. If we were to have a less round number, let's say we have 130 crit damage, that would actually work in the same way. It would be 130. We divide that by 100 as going from percentage to a multiplier, basically. And then we need to actually add plus 1 as well. So usually if you have pressed the math solvers there, that would be a 2.3. So usually if you have over 100, and of course this is very simple actually once you kind of think about it, is that it is whatever percentage that is basically shifting the dot 2 over and then a plus 1. The thing to remember though, that plus 1 needs to be in there because otherwise everything breaks. So in this case, we had a 2 as what the build currently has, and now we need to find out what the build would have once we have the memento fully charged up. Now that, of course, would be 30% more weapon damage. We add 30 to that 100, we get 130. So 130 divided by 100 is plus 1 is 2.3. So this is our multiplier when we do have the memento. 2 was our multiplier when we didn't have the memento. And now what we can do is actually just divide them by each other. You want to always divide the new situation or the increase that you want to see by the older number. So for instance, this would be the same if we're adding in crit damage onto a build or such. But we have a 2.3 multiplier basically derived from that memento going into this build, adding that 30 in. So it is basically a 2.3 divided by that 2 that we had earlier. And here we already can see that that memento's 30% increase in weapon damage will actually only net us 15% increase on the build. And of course, as our weapon damage goes up, let's say we had a grade 20 on the weapon, or even grade 25, let's go with 25, or let's go with 27 actually. If we were to have grade 27 on this weapon, what we would have, of course, is as our starting numbers, we would have, in the end, 2.27, because we have that 1 plus 1.27, basically 127 weapon damage becomes that part, and the 1 plus. And the other number would then be 157. So what we can do is actually go already with skipping those steps. We're just doing the mental arithmetics, but of course, the steps shown as there. So what we have now instead is a 2.57 divided by that 2.27. The two different situations that we have, just the higher number divided by the lower number. So now that 30 memento, instead of being that 15% we saw in earlier, now it's only 13.2%. We lost 1.8% output there as available output. So this is also what we're talking about then, where we're talking about as a stat goes up, even if you're adding the same amount into it, you're getting diminishing returns. These are those diminishing returns. And this is a very handy tactic and a very handy calculation to know, just because you can very quickly in additive systems kind of calculate how much you get in increase. Same, for instance, if you want to know if we already have, let's say, vigilance, how much does obliterate add to a build if we were to go with that? Because, for instance, we could, of course, go glass instead of the obliterate, because the vigilance and the obliterate are additive to each other. Now, the obliterate plus vigilance would be 45. The vigilance by itself would be 25. So what we do is a 1.45, a 1 plus, a 0.45, and then we divide this by 1.45, and we divide this by 1.25, because we're basically wanting to see how much that obliterate adds. And that obliterate isn't as well, of course, than the full 20%. When we have more than one source, and that's also calculating against other things, we get diminishing returns. And these, again, is those diminishing returns. So glass would be 25%. It is a separate multiplier. So it is always at that. Well, for normal glass, of course. Perfect glass would be 30, but then you're with a different brand bonus. So now you have to calculate things out a little bit more. But in a simple sense, if we were to just go from Cheska with obliterate to Cheska with glass, we can know that the Cheska obliterate wouldn't actually, if we have vigilance already, isn't a full 20%. It's 16% at its max, basically, as how much it adds to your DPS, and the glass would be 25%. Knowing these kind of calculations is very handy because, yeah, you can skip actually maybe calculating out the entire build. You basically just concern yourself with those multipliers. Now, of course, this has limitations, as we just kind of hit upon. If we're going from, let's say, a Cheska chest to a perfect glass, now we are swapping out brand bonuses and such, and now we have to kind of consider those things. And then basically a full calculation is kind of required. But knowing how to calculate out additive systems like this and how much they would add is actually very useful. Let's see. Okay, that was 9 minutes. Because I'm planning this to not be longer than 40, and we're kind of on track. So far we're on 29 minutes, basically close to 10 minutes per segment. So. And yeah, we have one last one, and that one's actually 5 minutes. And hey there, Randy. And hey there, Sean as well. And yeah, I'm doing good. Had a somewhat relaxed day, got to play quite a bit, so I am happy. Even though, yeah, tomorrow tomorrow and Saturday I'll be away and also working quite hard, so that'll make up for it. And yeah, let's address this last one. Do I actually have a glass? Right, yeah. Do I have the option to put sledge on here even? Okay. Let's start with this. Oh, do I have opportunistic? Maybe I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. Just to make the point here. Yeah, let's go for this one. And calculator is cleared. What was the calculator one? That's this one. So I should lock this one so I don't accidentally drag it. Yeah. And for this next one, this one is actually one that is not per se a required calculation, but it's more a thing that people get wrong a lot. And that is actually when we're talking about things being multiplicative to each other, actually making them multiplicative to each other. For that, I've created a scenario here that, yeah, we sometimes see come up in many ways. Let's say we're getting an opportunistic, ignore that this is yellow, just for illustration purposes. We're getting here a perfect opportunistic, and it's 15%, of course, increase to damage from all sources if we hit something with a shotgun. Then we have glass. Glass is 30% amplified damage. It is a multiplicative to all other sources, basically, as well, in this case, of course, and in this case as well. And let's say we have also sledge going together with that opportunistic, and we have another 20% here going, and we have together there, of course, and this is the mistake of, I would hope everybody would notice, we have 20% plus 15% plus 30%, making for an 50 plus 15, 65%. And this is a thing that a lot of people do, and then they go, oh, I have a 65% damage increase because of all these multiplicatives. The mistake, if you didn't catch on, or if you didn't catch it, or don't like know the systems well enough, and that's also perfectly fine, but then you shouldn't actually talk about numbers, I feel, if you don't know the systems, because also a lot of streamers and content creators get this wrong as well. You just called them out as being multiplicative and then added them together. These systems, of course, multiply against each other. This isn't 20% plus a 15% plus a 30%. This is a 15% times a 20% times a 30%. And we'll use the same system of multipliers for this, of course. So if we're having glass already, for instance, glass being a 1.3 multiplier, basically, 30%. If we want to actually know what these three together will actually increase our damage by, what we have to do is multiply them against each other, not add them together. So what we have here is a 1.3 times 1.15 for opportunistic, a 15%, times a 1.2 for the sledge, being also a separate multiplier. And then what we get is a 79%. And this is, of course, quite a bit more than the 65 that we had a second ago if we add them together. multiplicative systems, multiplicative to other systems like this, having things in separate multipliers, so they actually do multiply against each other really quickly, kind of gets much bigger numbers than additive systems would. As we saw with the additive systems, we get diminishing returns. With the multiplicative systems, we actually get them kind of growing more than the sum of their parts, basically. And in the same vein as well, we have also self-multiplicative systems like Intimidate, where you have to do it basically as a power of calculation. Now, what a power of calculation actually is, because we could actually forego even having using that, because if you want to actually do that, that is basically for the although I don't know how to do the symbol there in our dear Google calculator there, but this does work in spreadsheets and stuff. But if we have that and then 10 times to the power of 9, this is actually the multiplier, because instead of being 9 times 0.4 or 0.4 multiplier, basically, we instead have those 0 or 4 separate multiplier stacks, even though it calls itself weapon damage in the case of Intimidate. 9 of those would, of course, be 36, 9 times 4. In this case, it is, though, 42.33% increase for Intimidate. And what that actually also is if you were to not know how to do that, it's basically 1.04 times 1.04 times 1.04. That's 9 times. I'm not going to do it here. It would go for quite a while. But yeah, it is... actually, I think I can actually. I can do... If I do times... I'm not that familiar with this calculator, but we're using it here especially as well because it is very simple and it can do... actually, well, we can even put it... Because you can also put in the calculations here. And that is that same 42.32%. So this is basically 9 stacks of that adding up to that number. And you could actually, this being multiplicative to everything, these stacks could actually, in the calculation sense, be in any order or in any place of that calculation. But yeah, especially knowing that when we have things that are multiplicative, and even people, we call them multiplicative, like opportunistic, like sledge, like glass, like intimidate, don't add them together. That completely breaks the point of them, basically. You have to multiply them together, and that is actually their strength, of course. They're not adding together, they're multiplying against each other. Okay, we'll cut that segment there. Let's not leave her on a mess of a build. Actually, I'll go back to the other character for the... Well, actually, as well, let's save this loadout for her. He doesn't have much loadouts anyway. Yeah, log it. How long was that? I got 6 minutes. Because that one's always a pet peeve of mine. Yeah, let's take this guy. We'll take it back into that base area and just go from there. Oh no, Hydra Lampress.
Safe area detected.
And energies as well. As I said, as we're recording stuff, I'm gonna distracted. But we'll get to the chat in betweens. What will do? I use the setup backpack for. So generally, especially FI healers, you like that's the go-to piece for them. That one that she was wearing there, that was also from that build, like from a FI build. You can also use it in if you're going shotgun, if you're going with shotguns in, well, basically any capacity. The thing is, though, that for instance, my shotgun setup, I go with Adrenaline Rush Intimidate, just because Intimidate is very powerful. But you could go, for instance, Unbreakable, which was always like a one that a lot of people use. Hunter's Fury, Unbreakable, and then this one we have to issue. Unbreakable, and then opportunistic setup. Basically, when you're using opportunistic in any capacity, generally it's the better pick to go with the perfect one. Also, for instance, have an Eclipse that is set up to have a setup. Actually, this guy's one. No, this one. But this isn't per se a good setup for Eclipse, because if you're foam, for instance, and stuff, you want to have Creeping Death. Here, as a Fire Eclipse, this is giving up a lot of its own damage, but it can't, it can make other people do more damage. But it's not that great of a setup. That great of a setup. But yeah, it's hell. Even in for instance, in a raid setting in the past, we used to actually have, even on a full red build or something, somebody running on their high end just opportunistic. And they would just swap to a shotgun and shoot once, and then swap to an AR and kind of get opportunistic going. But back in those days, it was the normal opportunistic. Nowadays, you would want it to be set up. Anyways, new season when? Next Tuesday. That is the plan. Well, that's also likely going to happen because the PTS was very. So another 4 days, 10 hours is remaining on that. Yeah, let's actually. We'll do. We'll use that for after. You know what? It's maybe a little too much of a fisheye. Gloves not being white actually kind of irks me there. I want to maybe soft them out. Let's do it from this side. Just like that. Yeah, let's record this segment and then we're done with this video. What do I even want to say? And now to conclude this video, I hope you found it informative to see some of those calculations if you weren't aware of them before, that you are aware of them now, and that you can implement them because they're very useful. I basically do use these kind of calculations likely on even an almost daily basis, just for somebody asking, oh, how much does this add to that or such. And yeah, for that, actually having just an actual calculator is sometimes handy. Even a cheapo one from Action works well enough. But yeah, as we showed there as well, we don't need spreadsheets always. Although actually, when I do these calculations and I have a spreadsheet open, that goes into spreadsheets. That's because it's much more easily altered. You can have copying a calculation, especially for instance for the crit one. You can have several rows at the ready with different crit chances and such. And have those inputs kind of just much more easily be inputted, basically. But even with just a simple calculator, we can do some simple calcs as shown there. And all of these are core to kind of understanding how some multipliers work and quickly assessing how much a build will receive from making a change. And together with that as well, there'll be likely a future video coming up pretty close to this one, as actually we'll go into comparing builds basically without also, again, using any spreadsheets or such, but by just using a visual system to kind of compare them. That will actually likely follow up this video, not too far from now. Although my next video will likely be on the Umbra. We'll go into a build showcase as we go into the new season. I wanted to kind of get it before the end of the season, but we'll put it at the start of the season coming up. And of course, yeah, it is. We're heading into some exciting times with a new modifier and some new gear that actually does look interesting. So yeah, if you found this video enjoyable or informative in any way, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. That does help out. So I'll do that a little bit of shilling here. And yeah, I hope to catch you in those future videos. But for now, as always, have a good night. And that was the ender for the video there for those watching the stream just and maybe missed that that yeah, we're recording there. That's just for the video. Let me actually put those recordings in their folder. Let's see how long it is in total. It is a total of 37 minutes. I'm perfectly happy with that. Just below the 40 minutes mark that I had in mind. Let's go park this character. Also, actually, I'm gonna briefly just check what target it is. Oh, also, I haven't looked at the scent in like forever. What rotation it is. We've been very busy on Div1 the last few days for those. Also, yeah, let me go back to our normal. And having the chat up on screen. We're gonna build for massive difficulty manhunt.
Active.
If you're doing it in a group setting, or well, in either, PFP works out really well there. So having a build that is set up to have some PFE is kind of handy. In the build collection, I'll link to the build collection there, right chats. In the build collection, if you do Control F and then PFE. So Control F is just search in in that browser window. That will find you all of the PFEs basically, because they always have it in their name, so you can very easily find them that way. Overall, though, I would say also in the recommended build list, all the PFEs are there. I very much like having, for instance, this one. They're in group settings, or even if I were to solo it, this would likely be one of the builds I would go with. But then maybe with an AR as well, something long range to accompany it. But in a group setting, yeah, having 1 or 2 people be PFE and the rest be damage dealers. So either negotiator or striker or whatever they want to be, Umbra, even OD, all of this can be. Oh, it is Envy for today and tomorrow. Okay. I'm gonna change my plans just slightly because that'll just be half an hour. That'll be fine. I'm gonna actually go do a descent run on my main character here that is actually doing all the collectibles. And if anybody's actually interested in joining me for that, let me know. Because as seeing as it is Envy, and also otherwise I would have to do it on Sunday, and I might forget on Sunday or Monday. Because I'll be away tomorrow and the day after, but just to get that Nemesis run in quickly here. Because I haven't yet, right?
Linked to weapon
No,
switching
I haven't
and
done this
reloading.
weekly summit.
Safe area entered.
Also, actually, how many comms are we on? Well, if anybody's interested in joining me for that, because we'll do that and then swap over to Division 1. Because, yeah, if I can do it with Envy, I'd much rather do it with Envy than with any other. Where's the scent? The scent. Wait, we're ending the season 1 short, aren't we? Because I didn't miss any, I'm pretty sure. So with this week, it's going to be 89 out of 90. I mean, yeah, they did shorten the season, or well, they like altered the length of it there. I think that as everybody's getting busy. So PS5, yeah, sadly, yeah, no crossplay available for us. But yeah, I'll jump in and just quickly get it done solo.
Shade tech.
Because I've been
Prohibited.
neglecting
Access
Division 2 a little bit
denied.
this week with the global
Deactivating
event
shade protocols. Entering combat
being
simulation
on
program.
and going
Safe
on.
area detected. Combat
So
simulation.
let's quickly get this in, and then
activated.
we'll swap on over. What are those 3 dog? And let's seeing as I'm solo, I can take a mulligan here. Because the AUG kind of sucks as well. Don't want to use that. Because yeah, what we can always do, especially on that initial choice, is just log out and log back in, and or well, leave descent and re-enter descent.
Safe area entered. Shade tech prohibited.
One of the videos as well that I'm kind of gonna do.
Deactivating shade protocols.
Actually, as well,
Entering
yeah.
combat
Seeing as we
simulation
set that
program.
up, where's actually that other one?
Safe area detected.
It's gonna go over there. Yeah, for those that haven't seen before, usually the way that I kind of order up my videos is I just have a ton of post-its and I visualize stats. And then I usually have like the name of it on one side, and if I need some notes, I'll put it on the other side. But I used to always like do it in my notepad and stuff, but actually I don't need that much space. There's a
Combat simulation activated.
oh yeah. No, well, if you, although yeah, it would take a minute for you to swap. It really wants me to have the AUG. Wait, isn't this the exact same skills and weapons I had a second ago? I don't remember this one, but we definitely, oh no, we had MDR instead of the, but then also here I had, yeah, these 2 definitely were there. I think I had Jammer instead. I want especially one of the skills here to already be good. Let's take one more mulligan. Because especially if you're solo, you have to kind of, yeah, you have nobody else to rely on. It's not like, oh, we have 2 people have phones and like I don't, so it's fine. But I would want like one usable skill already,
Entering safe
just so we
area.
can also just go for loop 4.
Shade tech prohibited. Access denied.
But also on this one, unless we get like nothing
Entering
useful,
combat
or
simulation program.
I forget.
Safe
To push
area
button.
detected. Combat simulation program activated.
Yeah, fire cam, very useful solo. I mean, yeah, Sig is fine. I'm okay with Sig. And I'll go as quickly for the nemesis, although actually, I can't run back
Room
then.
selected. Difficulty rating easy.
Because I should actually drop that to the
Hostile
ground,
combatant.
just so we have it for later.
Hostile construction initiated.
And just 2 doors. Fire cam is really great solo. I have damage runners on. Where is this guy? Just as I did that, that guy was about to say, I'm gonna make you bleed. Yeah, no. I'm gonna make you bleed. Nice. I mean, if you wanna, like, I'll be okay waiting for a few minutes if you wanna solve over. But also, yeah, we have, it's also NV tomorrow, so it's not the worst. I'm gonna just take Rifleman. We'll take 1 stack of that. Oh, was my free talents?
Entering new location. Difficulty rating
Entrench.
easy.
Eh. not that useful. Entrench doesn't get good until you have like a few stacks of it, because otherwise it's just only the
Hostiles
very low
constructing.
percentages.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Hostile construction initiated.
Fire cam will just kill one of the doors, basically.
I'm here.
You pissed me off.
Console active.
Oh man, the M9 is gonna get even better
Supply
next
station
season.
activated.
And that's gonna be kind of cool. I'm just gonna take Adrenaline Rush. I don't want to re-roll too much here.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
So
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I was just kind of waiting a few
Constructing
seconds till
hostile
it's
combatant.
later.
Ready to rock up.
Console
Fire
online.
cam killed everything on that side. Yeah, definitely obliterate. Because I have in here without surgical. You know, a lot of people are going like, don't pick crit stats at all and stuff. Like, no, I have 10 crit chance. Like, even then, obliterate is actually one of the... Not per se with like going rifles like I am here, but
Selected. Difficulty rating
it will
easy.
still quickly overtake many other choices. Just by how much of a...
Constructing hostile combatant.
So
Hostile
that door...
construction initiated.
Now I'm.
Oh, yeah. I just hold the button there.
Console available.
It totally wasn't just clicking most of the time there. Like an insane person. Yeah, let's take these hinges off. Let's become unhinged.
Entering new location.
No
Difficulty
more
rating.
hinges.
High value target.
Two really good that's nice.
Hostile construction initiated.
I was just gonna set up here.
Constructing hostile combatant.
I'll save it for the boss. No, we'll just have 2 waves total. And one of the reasons I did take Adrenaline Rush there is Intimidate is actually in this series. It wouldn't be the greatest pick, but I might just pick it just as a filler, and then if the Nemesis pushes me, it'll work for that. Again, I'm hold button down, Ike.
I got you.
Really don't get how afraid people are of these guys in... Like, yeah, they are annoying, definitely. Especially if there's multiple of them, but I feel the amount of people going like, those guys are like the worst is...
Serious trauma detected.
I didn't let myself get health gated there. That was dumb. Really? I think we'll land that one.
God damn it!
The one of the things is, first boss is the worst boss. Definitely. Enough now. As I shouldn't lose med packs willy-nilly. And the nice thing about Envy is there's a lot of good picks for, for instance, all three. I think I'm gonna go with Agonizing. Or do I go with Plague? I'm gonna go with Agonizing. Especially for the Nemesis fight, that's pretty good too. I'm gonna go for an extra chem. And one of the videos I want to do as well is likely the descent guide is going to take a little while. So likely one of the next videos after this one will be the... I'm just going to narrate a descent run. We'll just do a rambling talk and then I'm thinking of just also like loop 1, I'll talk about just basic strategies. Loop 2, talk about skills and stuff like that. And yeah, just do a full run and just talk while I'm going. Yeah, offensive talent, definitely. Mid-back slot, definitely. This run, I'm not even gonna look at the skills. I want that M249. Big box LMGs in here are pretty good. Going for Nemesis or long run Nemesis only. Later on, after this, we'll swap actually to Div1. I do wanna, if we can get some players together, I wouldn't mind actually going for trying. So actually, I never understood in the past because I've definitely been around for global events, but I thought actually that number, the scoreboard number thing, that was an average per, or like what people have done average per hour here. The power of the fire cam on display there. The annoying thing is I won't have 2 cams for most rooms, so especially on the first room I can land 2. Here I don't think I'll have 2 by the time it starts. But yeah, I always thought it was just like an average done per hour. No, it's just one of your hours kind of. And actually as well, it seems to have a whole cool system behind it where it actually, it doesn't matter if you, like, it doesn't start on an hour, it's just, it takes the best hour you had and just collates for it. And hey there's Zulu and Leroy. Oh, and thanks so much Zulu for the raid there. I'll give you a shout out in a second. But yeah, hope you had a good stream and I hope you had some fun. I'm gonna guess a fellow Division streamer, likely. Unhinged there. Going. Yeah, let's not waste that on one guy.
Console active.
Actually, let's send that shout out there. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream and thanks for sending people this way. And welcome in raiders. I'm just doing a Nemesis run at the moment. I've been in Division 1 for the last few days quite a bit, and it's like a reroll there. What are my choices here? And yeah, I didn't notice actually that was Envy had become Envy. So because Vigilance still good, Allegro is still good. Should have maybe just taken the surgical actually. Because what do I have already? I have Obliterate, I have Unhinged, I have Rifleman. Yeah, we would want strong, although Strained isn't that great here anyway. I might take Pummel. I'll take Allegro, Vigilance, Pummel, and then Pummel just for getting to the Nemesis more than actually doing the Nemesis. And yeah, it's very much
entering new location. Difficulty rating easy.
Because Envy is overall pretty handy for the Nemesis run. Mostly as well, just getting a calm out of it. I've been keeping up with the weekly comms all the way, so might as well keep that going.
Weapons free.
Console online. Supply station online.
And then, yeah, Pummel getting me a heal or a refill there. Especially a solo Pummel can be really good. Yeah, we're ending loop 2 with 50% with that room. So we are on track to reach Nemesis. As long as the game doesn't screw us with
Difficulty rating.
room selections.
Constructing hostile combatant. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Why should I say?
Console available.
Yeah, fire cam pretty good. Yeah, let's take Eyeless as well. We need trauma, of course, that is in this set. Hopefully we do get it. I'm looking for a place on the mine. I actually, well,
Room
as
selected. Difficulty rating.
there,
High value
that's
target.
especially when it, as you can kind of hear in the background there, maybe especially when I'm talking. Yeah, I'm not the best judge of chairs. I still use a pretty shitty office chair, but it's been quite molded to my backside at this point. I've had it for way too long.
Hostile combatant. Hostile construction initiated.
So I'm not too familiar with which gaming chair to get plus 12% damage. This stream is not brought to you by. But honestly, my general recommendation always with those is that seems most of those like gaming chairs are just pure marketing more than usefulness. Getting a decently good office chair more so is kind of nice, and I generally like, especially for in the summer, because yeah, you have those kind of meshy type ones, kind of they breathe pretty well, and as a pretty, you know, chubby guy that sweats a lot in the summer, those feel good. That's also what this one is as well. So I just haven't replaced. This was an expensive chair like when it was new, but now it's like 10 years old. So, but it was just like a office chair kind of deal. We'll take another red, another med pack. That's all we need. We need a skill. None of these will actually be useful. Am I taking this M60 as well? Nah, that'd be kind of silly. B7 is pretty good in here though, because all of these would be, well, this would be a healing hive for the Nemesis, this would be a seeker, which I don't want to deal with, and this would be a random skill. So instead, we'll go with this MP7, and then hopefully on next loop, I'll have a decent skill pick, or we'll be going into the Nemesis fight with the Nemesis having a random skill. At least I have really good weapons, actually. The Zombie 7 in here is still really good because it is 40 rounds.
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
From a military. Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is good. This one's kind of, but yeah, those are like also then. I feel, well, they're worth it if you have the money, definitely. Because, you know, if you sit in a chair a lot, you might as well make it a good chair.
Hostile construction initiated.
But they are very, very expensive. But you can get kind of knockoffs of those, but that's actually the kind of chair that I'm also going to, you know, usually those Hermel ones are also the kind of like mesh kind of style thing, which I do quite like. Been meaning to actually buy a new one at some point, especially this one creaking is sometimes annoying. I sometimes hear it on
Difficulty
like
rating,
videos and stuff
easy.
where I've just gone and it's just been creaking in the background as I've been shifting my
Constructing hostile combatant. Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
highlighted doors will burn.
Console active.
Don't want to reroll too much. I'll take the preservation over the rifleman. One of the things is with a lot of the skills they added later. So rifleman is 5% for the first step and then is plus 1% for every subsequent step. The first step is really good, especially if we just hit a headshot here and there, but subsequent not so.
Electrical hazard detected. Entering new
For
room.
a couple of years ago, there was a
rating,
good chair,
easy.
but 24/7 chairs called dispatch chairs, stuff like that, but they're kind of expensive. Oh, okay, yeah. As in, like, dispatcher, like people sitting at the desk 24/7.
Hostile
Yeah.
construction initiated.
One of the things I would say, though, that if you have a little bit of income to spend on it, I mean, this is also just true in general. Like in everything that you interact with a lot, it's worth, getting some good ones. For me, for instance, I sit in a chair quite a bit. This one was like 700 euros or something when it was first bought, but which is pretty expensive. But then as well, it has lasted me 10 years. It's still also not broken. It just creaks, which is also not like world ending or anything. It's just a little creaky. Which I could even likely fix if I really wanted to, but... let's go boilers. It exists for once. As well, if you do sit in a chair a lot, you get something
Electrical hazard
decent.
simulation.
Also why actually, like, for instance, I'm not against people that, like,
Entering new location. Difficulty rating,
get
easy.
1,200 euro phones,
Hostile
but then,
construction.
like, there's people that live on their phones and work on their phones. So
Hostiles constructing.
you might as well just buy something good. Same, like, for instance, in my case, I'm very much... I do invest a little bit in my home PC, but then I use it also
Console active.
in a professional
Supply station
sense.
online.
So. I've done way too many rerolls. Guess we'll take rifleman too. Anyway. The one thing I'm missing here is a skill and trauma. Trauma would be really nice. Actually, that's not a bad idea indeed. Actually, yeah, I got a few cabinets and stuff from, something similar from people liquidating. The farm dupes of gear, so you don't have to and everything, but realized expertising 2 times some weapons would be expensive. For dupes of the same gear, so you don't have to keep stashing stuff. Do you mean across characters and stuff? Because in general, I have just all the builds on all characters at all times and stuff. But I wouldn't, or do you mean for hardcore? Or in general? Because across characters, basically all my characters have their own gear and everything. Yeah, actually. So in my case, I just every character has their own gear and their own loadout. They don't share anything. And then I have in my stash is where I keep
Electrical hazard activated.
graded weapons.
Entering new location.
But that also basically means that quite often, if you see me on main account, I'm not running a graded weapon because I'm just not remembering to go and grab them.
Hostile.
I usually make an effort specifically to go and grab them when we're like doing legendaries or like master or, you know, stuff like that. I'll go out of or incursion or... Because that's the moments you need them. For the rest of the time, I just have... Yeah. Because then I have like a copy of the weapon graded in the stack. So for instance, for the two of my characters have, for instance, pestilence builds. They each have their own pestilence, and then there is a graded 25 in the stack. But I also per se wouldn't recommend doing it that way. If you're already okay, like saving the same one and multiple, but it also becomes a hassle at the end of each time. Part of the reason that I do it that way as well is just I want to just jump on a character and have to be there, not to have to jump around and go like, oh, this is still on that character, which actually sometimes does happen if we're doing... If we're like doing an incursion or something and then I need to go grab a weapon. Although one of the things you can do as well is just, yeah, to... For instance, each of my characters has an eclipse and a striker and stuff. But then, for instance, as well, each of my characters has an OD, but actually the OD is like different versions of OD. It's not 4 times just the exact same one.
Hold still.
Both of them. Okay. You don't need it. Yeah, that's also the thing. Like for most of the stuff that gets done, like you don't need expertise and stuff. You can get by with that. Of course, it's nice to have and such. But then I have like second account where I have it on the character at all time. Yeah, for instance. But also even like not every character has like some of the builds. But generally you need... Oh, this is annoying. Do I take foam? And then I have foam against the nemesis? Because also I still don't have trauma. And I have foam against the nemesis. But I have an empty, or I can take a booster. This will be a healing hive for him. But then at least he doesn't have like Oxy. Or I could take Oxy and just completely destroy myself. I feel the safer strat is for me just to take the booster. At least there'll be a healing hive. I can still make a move with this. I can get him out of his hive. Solo anyway. Yeah, let's take the booster hive. Sometimes, that's the thing with... that's kind of also the thing that I like about Descent is sometimes you have to make, you know, the best choice out of a bad set, basically. Which is definitely what that one was like. Sorting stuff, although those would be
Room
a
selected.
little
Difficulty
easy
rating.
difference. I mean,
Medium.
there's definitely difference. That's not,
Hostile construction initiated.
but it isn't needed for a lot of
Hostiles
content
constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
to get through it.
Let's go.
But yeah, for me personally, like constantly having to keep an eye out on like I need to stash this, and this, and this. That will become too tedious for me pretty quickly. That's also why I don't do it that way for myself. Because now basically it's always just I grab some weapons and then at the end of the session, like I'll grab a Lexington or maybe a Pesty or something and then put it back at the end of the session and then it's back there.
Hostiles constructing.
And that still even
Hostile spawn from
with me
highlighted
just
doors.
results in, wait, where's my Lexington?
Hostile construction initiated.
Or where's this one graded weapon?
One of ours is dead.
Console available. Supply station online.
We're running out of chances to have trauma. It's like it's a big gaping hole there.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
Build collection, I see. Well, the talents today in the sense is envy. It's envy for today and tomorrow. So a good time to do both Nemesis runs and deep runs because envy pretty good.
Hostile construction initiated. Constructing hostile combatant.
Move. Ready to run.
Console available.
Expensive for the character where it says. Yeah, in my case, that would be way too expensive. Like, eventually, I might go for that for some of their weapons, especially, like, you know, the weapons that they're using on Striker or something. I'll do 2 rerolls. Oh. Could take the medium even. Wait, which one is this? This is maintenance. What is this one? Transit one. Let's actually go maintenance. I only need 5% anyway, so medium will get me that as well, and some currency, and likely, well, neither has yellows. So rerolling for
Difficulty rating
not
medium.
something that will work anymore. I don't think I've ever time to reach that yet. What's that look like? So, yeah.
Hostile construction initiated.
Oh, let's put that.
Constructing hostile combatant.
One of the nice things about solo Nemesis runs is all the way through it's just one wave, so we never have to deal with 2 waves.
Taking suppressive fire.
Let's go.
Console online.
We just take a critical here. Allegro would have been really nice, but Trauma also would have been real nice.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Another
High value
time,
target.
expertise, and stuff. It also kind of depends how big of a pool of weapons you use.
Hostile construction initiated. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I'm with you. You
But basically, yeah, to go back to that, but the way I have it is yeah, each of their characters has their own, and then, for instance, has their own weapons completely, and every loadout is saved like that and such. And then what I have is graded weapons are in the stash, and if I ever need them, I'll go and get them from there. And I quite often grab them, like if I'm running Bestie for an evening, I'm just gonna grab a pesty from the stash and have that be on that character. Because yeah, I don't have the resources either to otherwise grade everything up. Although actually at this point I could, yeah, like shift around a little bit and maybe make some main weapons that a lot of characters use quite a bit, like max that. Oh, second exotic. Numbers I need bullet hell. I'll be fine with that. So let's go with that. Yeah. So the thing is as well, I could actually get a lot of exos if I really wanted to, because I have like 22k here saved up. I have like 10k saved up in Countdown. I have a few thousand DZ credits saved up, which also can be turned into exotic components. So I could ramp those up and get those if I really want to. Yeah, let's get ammo and let's get special ammo. With some hollow points into my LMG, I'm going to open up with that as well. We'll see about trying to really quickly kill the guy.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Nemesis.
Because I might also do actually something risky here.
Nemesis detected.
No.
System disrupted.
I was hoping it would spawn there. Hopefully he'll put his hive down there and then come all the way up here.
System reactivated.
Let's see if he goes for the hack.
Hostile restore hive detected.
And patience is a virtue. And what a noob. He's one of those noobs that shoots their chem to ignite it. He hasn't watched the skills thing. Oh, that was the second one will actually kill the. And I don't have trauma, which is normally what we would just, you know, use trauma to trigger And I really want him to just come closer because he's also now so far away that what are you doing? I'm just gonna kill you outright now. And he's getting his healing hive again. Actually, that one. That one wasn't that visible. The healing hive is very annoying, but we knew that up front. It's annoying that he's not just pushing me, but also I'm gonna kill his hive again. So, where are you going? It's like he knows that I'm agonizing, so he doesn't want to get close to me. Like, what? Let's take the heal here. Was that a grenade landing there? Sir, have you forgotten where I am? Just come close. Why is he being such a annoying little...
Hostile restore hive detected.
At least he's running out of it. That one missed. That one didn't. It's not the best situation to be in, but it's fine. At least he's out of his healing. And he's dead.
Simulation
Way longer than needed to be.
collecting data.
How long was that? 39 minutes. Oh, actually, yeah. We're leaving. With escape and continue. A lot of scanners. Yeah. I mean, 1K is still a decent amount of DZ credits.
Agent polarity.
But yeah, more just to say that.
And reload.
Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna
Facility
try to hang
detected.
on to that reconstructive
Combat
cache.
simulation
It's
program
just,
active.
it's just 1 week.
Safe area entered.
Let's see if we actually make that happen. Also, yeah, next week we'll have some extra stash space available. This is about as not god rolled as it can get. Just every bar is just a
Polarized hostiles
tiny
in
bit off.
proximity.
It's just as close to god roll without actually being a god roll. It's just the ninja bike knee pad, so it's not that useful, but still. Yeah, we'll see about keeping that reconstructed cache in our inventory there. Yeah, let's jump back and let's actually swap games there. Also, I need a bio break, so we'll likely do that in that meantime as well. I'm gonna already start changing my category over. Actually, well, let's listen to that comm in the meantime as well. Because we do listen to the... Oh, where am I going? Up there. Listen. Number 89.
Theo was right. You look like a hobo wizard.
Thank you.
It's not a compliment.
We should update the scan.
What's the point? You can only fake your death once before people take out the contact, before they shoot you in the head, just to be sure.
I don't know. Okay. Yeah. We'll shoot him in the head just to be sure. I should have done that the first time, indeed. Let me change my category on both streams. And actually, yeah, let's swap over to Div1. And once While it is loading up, I'll run to the bathroom real quick. But first, we'll make this division, and we'll make this the division. And yeah, while the game is loading up, I'm just gonna take a quick bio break, and I'll be right back. Good. Good to see the game booted up in one go. So spaces be welcome. Yeah, I would have welcomed that 5th character slot a lot more though. Honestly, man. We'll take some extra stat space. I'll even make use of it myself. Because I'll move the pistol collection, which is now on account 2, because my stash was too full for actually keeping one of every weapon type and stuff. I kind of washed my face there as well, so try that off. I'll move the pistol collection back to main account, so that'll give me something to grind for as well. So, yeah, let's jump in. And actually, I don't know if there is already maybe some interest from maybe anybody in Division 1 to maybe try to go for a pretty active hour with maybe doing a few Amherst in a row. Is that 1500 for the first? It's not a first time thing, right? That's every time. So that could be for
Readings indicate this area is
yeah,
safe.
basically to set a decent one on these. Although I'm pretty sure I already have like a 6K or something. Because yesterday I kind of did do like after the stream still, and then like quick hour of doing it on all 3 characters, doing the named. Shower my pouches, okay. Just to check as well that I'm not like too full on those.
I'm sure I'll have something for you soon, but not yet. Good luck with this one, Agent.
Maybe check for if there are takers for that. I'll already just go and do maybe some of these daily ones, although actually likely the last 2, because those are kind of worth it.
Warning. Now we're exiting the safe area.
But yeah, if anybody is interested in maybe doing some of that together, yeah, let me know.
Warning.
Because I'm not gonna try to matchmake first. Also, if we don't get it, we'll try on Sunday. Also, I'm pretty sure actually if I were to do the
Incoming
HVTs,
hostiles detected.
like see how much I can get of them in an hour across multiple characters. Especially if I store up a few, like even without getting any GE from caches, but buying superior cache or having some of those, not superior, the...
This is our chance. Gonna blast the fucker. He turned bad.
What's it called?
Pleasure to kill you.
Like striker caches and stuff. Classified caches. Because they get 50 of the target intel, so if I save a few of those up and then just
Alert. Additional hostiles.
do like the
inbound.
HVTs on all true characters, the weeklies, that would already be put me at like 8k at least. I've noticed those markings there before. Did they spawn in the distance? I think they did, right? Yeah, the door is open. Let's go kill these guys. These guys get in this fight otherwise. And the difference in effectiveness between some of the other builds I've been running and in this striker.
Warning. Additional incoming hostiles detected. Hostiles incoming. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected. High value target has been eliminated.
Yeah, let's see how much we get here. So, okay, so these gives double, but there was multiple 75s actually. That's still not too bad. The last guy. Blowy. Yeah, the Discord up there.
Agent, let's talk.
So actually, oh yeah, on character 1, I was starting to put together. I might actually jump in,
Working on something for next
maybe work on that for a minute as well. The Hunter's Fate.
Take care.
I didn't actually have all 6 pieces of it, but now I do, so we'll likely actually put that on character 1 at some point. But then I also realized that, yeah, bolt action marksman rifles, you can't basically craft any good ones. So, well, you can craft M700 and you can craft carbine M44, and both kind of suck. Oh, actually, I didn't check if there's maybe one good one or usable enough on the fenders. But also didn't have any really, especially a predatory one would be nice for. Where am I going? Over there. Force of habit wise, I went for the named group with me. I think if I already finished the daily, I will not get any G credits if I replay them. I think just the bosses will drop. But there's also the daily ones that I'm doing now, so I don't know if you then.
Oh shit. Christ. Damn.
Those are just a random sniper out here. Could go for that named as well, but maybe I'll leave that name just to. Maybe do a named run later.
safe area.
Because I don't get the completion. We've done the dailies already, man.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area. Approaching marked location.
All my weeklies already as well. But that will mean also that actually I'll have the option to do them tomorrow again as well, because the weekly high values will reset tomorrow. This guy snaps my back a little.
Let's get this over with. Shitbag! We got Alex!
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
This is one of these permanent ropes, and this guy just has never touched it. I think that's the case, right?
Don't up on him! You look like you got some...
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
Don't hold back! Clear shot! Oh my god!
Hostiles incoming.
Nobody escaped! Incoming!
An elite wave. Like me after this a little bit less.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Don't waste no more time!
Should actually at some point pay some attention to how many
High value target has been eliminated.
waves it is and stuff. Because I'm gonna guess there's some correlation there. Likely. They got a name anyway? What was the name? Barely paying attention there. For once, also remember to use my my link. I'll do one more and then maybe I will pivot into something else. Because it would be nice if we could get some form of team together and maybe do
You
some
are now entering a
legendaries.
safe area.
Not sure if a random Thursday is gonna work out for that.
Glad to see you making a difference, Agent.
Hey everybody,
Let's
I'm
go.
Rick Velasquez.
Murder Cinderella. Fairy Tale's over. Also, if anybody wants to join for any of these, feel free. You say so, and we can get you in here. You are in Div1. Actually, after this, I should check if there's any usable bolt action
Warning. You are exiting the safe area.
available for that Hunter's Fate.
Approaching marked location.
Don't let him sneak up.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
Yes, it's over with! We own this place!
Also, not that actually landing headshots is something I'm at all good at, and Determined in this game doesn't do what Determined does in 2.
Oh my god!
Here is just skill cooldown reduction. How funny would it be if they actually nerf Determined by just making it that?
We own
There's
this
7.5% cooldown reduction
Damn you! Shoot the knees! Ah, shit! Come on, take care of this!
instead of the
You wanted that?
infinite headshots, basically that it is now.
Hostiles incoming. Hostiles incoming. Alert. Heavily armored hostile detected.
The lower and lower in difficulty, it's spawning faster and faster.
High value target has been eliminated.
Hmm. 160 over there. Ah, okay. Yeah, I know where he spawned. But also, yeah, I'll have Sunday as well to maybe attempt for a good. I would actually be curious to see how far I even have already made it. Is because I already did a bunch of just the named runs, but then also skipped like this guy, and I got like 3 named runs in 1 hour. So I wouldn't actually even mind seeing what that score ends up becoming. But yeah, for now I think, because actually even I've done all my weeklies and stuff, or well, the weekly assignments. It's kind of actually considering maybe even, I don't think I've ever done underground as maybe once. Because I'm not sure actually. Do you have to do 6? Can you repeat these? I was kind of looking at it and I wasn't even sure. If that would actually work at. But yeah, maybe let's go swap characters. And I might actually go for those underground ones.
Don't be shy. You want it, I got it.
So many of these are. That is a bad SMG. Had the right talents. Cellar Jink. So we're even over 200 million.
Another satisfied
Your
customer.
attention, please. For your protection, we will be continuing decontamination procedures for the foreseeable
That one as well.
future. Again, this is for your protection.
How is my new favorite customer?
Now, we've talked about the JTF. The Joint Task Force is made up of...
I was actually on that Thunder Fate. I was kind of looking at it and going like, oh yeah, this would be one to maybe have high-end things in there. The Sicilian ground Persia, so you can do only 2 a day. Ah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were repeatable or not. So you need to do. Now maybe we don't go for that because that's not gonna work out. Let's swap to this character anyway. For a sake. I might actually do some underground. Because it's also active in there anyway, even if we don't go for that project, just doing some randomness thing.
Readings indicate this area is safe.
Because I did have the pieces for it. I even recalibrated everything to already kind of be the way I wanted. And actually I was looking at this, so if I have everything maxed out, I need 1 yellow mod. Because I can't do it with purples, is the annoying thing. But if I have 1 yellow, I can get this over 9k, and then I can still get this with 4 stamina mods. I can get it high enough that opens up some options for with the 3.8, because otherwise, like destructive and stuff will be really hard to put on there. But yeah, for now it's also not saved correctly, but still saved with like LMGs and stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure actually what's underlying stat I would go there. Normally I would go crit chance. Here I don't per se know what, because yeah, those yellow mods come with other stats with them. Because a crit chance wouldn't be that useful because we're not per se going crit chance, right? But also, yeah, I need much better weapons. Actually, let's check for weapons for a second. Go here, and I go. Oh, is this one available? If I go into weapons here and then MMR. If only I remembered which one was which. Because a deadly is crit, right? Brutal is the headshot one, so that's the one I would want. Deadly intense.
Come take a look.
Prepared, vicious. This is a long range one, right? Prepared. That could be maybe usable. I should go see what this is. DZ03 safe room. Yeah. That's in there. Because what was intense? Was that the set people on fire one, right? Or was that something else? That's not here. Do I have one? Because toxic is the blind one, right? That one I don't mind either. Like if I, although actually I likely couldn't be able to trigger that. Because that would be this one right now. That's actually not too bad of a run. Let's go have a peek for a second. Although, maybe we don't run. Because as well, I just only saved it just so the pieces are in place there. But just nomad there.
Transmissions jammed. Proximity coverage only. Backup activated.
Well, actually, at this point, because I don't need this LMG anymore.
Warning. Entering dark zone.
But then what we'll do... Place that with this LUAC. I just save that loadout this way. We got all of the LMG and SMG commendation kills done. Should have already marked it, but it kind of, yeah, it's over there, right? Was done through either. A lot of info. I think that's already the one that I have. Like that's just a normal thingy one, right? Although is this an older version? I think this is even an older version. Which version do I have here? Wait, which one is older? Oh, my one might be the one I had already. A little bit older. But yeah, I'm aware of that. Because yeah, that's the same like Reddit sheet people that now still do it. Although, well, now. Now is maybe no longer the right term. Oh, there's also tactical action. Oh, this is the first bullet of the thing, but yeah. Oh yeah, it's on fire, but yeah, that's never gonna happen. And deadly is also pretty shitty, so.
Sooner or later, you'll be back.
Any oh, there was one. Yeah, there's. I mean, well, there's like because the annoying thing with their one always is that they kind of make a new link for every version that they had in the past, especially this one. Yeah. Because yeah, there's that one, and then there's also like this one. But actually, I'm kind of unsure which one is like older of the two. This one has more things, so you would think it would be this one is newer. This one doesn't have a date on it. So. But also, I'm gonna guess, like, especially the weapon parts and stuff are all the same. I think, yeah, the link you have actually is newer. Well, let me bookmark that. Just to have it. Oh, no, sorry. Don't even have the game up. But that was the annoying thing with that they always used to do is just make a new one for every time. Like big updates happen to it. Even though they could keep the link the same, actually, what they did. That was one of the reasons actually that the or well, one of the reasons that the Discord spreadsheet also started to exist. Some blueprints and loot pool next week on Div2. In PTS, that wasn't the case. In main game, we'll see. We'll see next Tuesday.
Now entering a safe area.
Because yeah, they haven't been very nice on their getting all of their oh yeah, let's go do some underground here. What? No weird menu there. No, it's just you know, there's friends there. I want the thing. What does the most have SMG right now? Most to have? Do you mean Div1 or Div2? Because also quite often people ask me still Div2 questions in here. In Div2, it's basically the attack vector, especially. But all the vectors are decent, and so is the SMG9s. In this game, most of the time, it's basically everybody is always referring to the house. I'm curious to see actually how true that is, because I'm getting the feeling that there might have been a lot of bad information as well back then with a lot of the choices. You know, people, the same people that nowadays go like, you know, chameleon is the best because it's an exotic, so it has to be the best, which nowadays is actually true, but you know, they used to say it also when it wasn't true. But the house is the one that they bring up quite often. From a little bit of just personal experience, not so much because, yeah, there isn't good DPS charts and stuff for DPS tables for Division 1, at least none that I've seen around. Actually, like, laying out DPS tables and stuff. The vectors seem pretty powerful, so I end up generally going that route. But then also I end up with a lot of MP5s because you can craft this. You can craft, you can get the blueprint to craft MP5 ends, which ends up being like a weapon I end up grabbing a lot because of that. How does Dark Winter doesn't beat attack factor? Currently it does. currently it has the wrong stats. Next Tuesday in the PTS already, its stats were what's this one locked? Oh, under there. Yeah, let's maybe try to get to that few rank caps. Let's do 2 phase and then
Tactical Operations Center personnel, please report to the briefing session.
actually shock ammo is only. Yeah. Don't even have that one unlocked anyway. You know what? Let's go for some of this maybe.
Running security check.
Well, as well, let's get some shotgun kills in. Go with that. Yeah. But yeah, currently it does beat Dark Winter does beat Attack Vector with Killer, but it has the old stats, and then next week it'll be just behind it, like tiny bit.
You gotta go get our asset.
And also depends on the build. The less crit damage, if you're running it on like Striker's level of crit chance crit damage, if it's on any build that is a little bit lower on crit chance crit damage, which actually Hunter's Fury likely will already be there, or if you're running it on some hybrid or something that is not that high up in them crits, then you gain more from it effectively, right? Because a bigger portion is the increase from Killer.
Visibility reduced. Warning. Hostiles detected.
But I'm actually happy to see that they're fixing that one. And also the Centurion holster seems to no longer... You can't put both sides on one weapon, which was something that you could. What?
Now leaving impacted area.
Oh, I didn't have my thing up, did I? Wait, is this what Cruise, or am I actually... Oh, we're taking extra damage, right? that results as just a start, right? I'd forgotten that there is a cooldown. Like the cooldown starts when you spawn in.
Alert. Hostiles detected.
Because just before that I was like, I'll just take the hits. It's gonna do my unbreakable stuff, basically. Should maybe read the directives again. I'm unsure if any... Oh, I take increased damage when I'm standing still, right? That's...
Weapons hot.
I'm playing like it. Like we're normal, which we're not.
Shit! I'm not getting a clear shot.
Jamming device disabled.
Let's end the techno beat.
Keep your distance. We've got medical support online.
I got 2 lucky 50-50s.
Oh, we're dropping numbers here. Reloading ammo. Hey, where's your backup?
Your objective has been updated.
Yay. What? Oh yeah, this needs to be one of these kind of doors.
Alert. Now detecting hostiles.
Now you're detecting hostiles. let's replace this with something else that's predatory.
He deserted us.
Yeah, that's definitely not a great weapon.
That's a clear shot! Damn it! We're almost there! Oh, shit!
Gonna make this quick.
Enemy back. This one is A1. Hopefully with some decent downs on it. Well, when you scarabaeus, I get the license size of the 70 bullets. Yeah, also it's just that it's craftable, kind of helps a lot. But in here as well, I feel the I'll give that. The vectors really do perform that burst DPS
Alert.
that
Now
they can
detecting hostiles.
have in 2 as well.
Sir, yes, sir.
Visibility reduced.
I also feel like in here, things like the T82 and stuff are not as bad as they were in RN2, basically.
Go, go, go!
Neither are the AUGs, per se.
Port station targets exposed. You really think you can take us on? Our chance. Anders is down. Suppressive fire.
Not Anders. Actually, yeah. Did Anders go and join the
Objective
LMB?
updated.
I think. It's never really a reason to kind of explore with in combat rooms, right? Everything is kind of in the in-between combat rooms. This is where they kind of put all the stuff. Even, oh, that's on the other side of the wall, likely. Ah,
Visibility returning to normal levels.
there's one in there.
Warning.
There's a drink right about
Hostiles
now.
detected. Jamming device removed.
It's kind of thinking about going for a grenade there, but also yeah.
Take the shot. No hanging back. Aim for the gut.
Wish this shotgun was meticulous. So we basically have a pummel shotgun at that point.
Now leaving affected area.
Should actually move some of those around and just get one of those to this character. His acting in Div1 seems better. I mean, it's situational. Like, there's a lot less of it here as well. I think call-out wise and stuff here, they also have. Div2 is a lot clearer what is happening just by if you're listening as well. Like, that's one of the things I do miss here. It's not per se the voice acting, but yeah, the way that they use voice. A way of you know, the callouts of launching drones, sending it. It's not there. Measure kind of sucks, but now it's in your recommendations. What changed? The stats on it changed. Like it's not that the talent itself is in some way like shitty. It's just the values weren't enough. And with the start of this season, those values changed. Now I would say that for general use, you either go killer or measured. If you're getting kills and stuff, killer overall is a really good pick. Is this one marked like this? So weird. But killer, yeah, it still requires a kill here and there. So in a group setting, it'll activate less, but also there's also fights where, you know, you want the upfront damage. Countdown hunters, for instance. This is all cool and all if you trigger killer after that first hunter. And also with like 7 people shooting a hunter, you're not gonna... It's very... You have no control if you're triggering it or not. Especially if you're playing solo and stuff, killer is really good. And that's made it actually that, yeah, measured has become my general go-to now. Because you can get a lot more out of it than you could, or you can out of Strained or Optimist or stuff like that we used to pick.
Oh fuck, shit! I'm not getting a clear shot.
But yeah, when the balance changes, I just follow the balance basically. I don't care that because I still see so many people like going like, oh, measured sucks, because you know they still have it in their head of just in the past. And even some of the people that I almost feel it's like some form of almost like toxic masculinity. Like they don't want to run measured because they were always going like measured sucks in the past, and now they don't. But the thing is, like, the balance changed.
Agent.
Like
Agent.
when.
Agent. Thanks for the rescue.
Oh yeah, about that Division 1 voice acting meme back.
Let's take care of these tanks.
He also that voice line
then
like
I'll
that.
hand off the intel.
Which kind of sounds silly.
Warning. Incoming hostiles.
Are you guys on fire?
Focus fire. Maintain numbers here. Wounded. Gotta secure this. Oh.
Warning. Additional hostiles incoming.
Tango's out of cover.
Wipe him out.
Keep pushing them.
Jacob's down.
Stop them now. Fire on target.
Alert. Additional hostiles inbound.
Target's hurt.
Okay. Good. I've reloaded enough.
Right where I want you.
Game. Seriously. Why does shooting not... Does shooting just not... Oh, it's emptying. But then got out of ammo on the screen. At that point. I feel we should still reload cancel there and just... And then go click. Like that's a much better way to actually explain to the player what is happening. Recover the report. Recover which report?
I like these odds.
I need to talk to you. Oh, I need to
Here's
talk
the
to you.
intel, Agent. Stay safe.
Wait, you didn't want to give me the intel until we did this?
All right, Agent. You did real good.
What you brought back will help us prep for the next time the LMB gets frisky. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Okay, in my defense as well, you have the UI thing, so I couldn't see I was out of ammo, which is kind of the point of it as well. Where am I going? There. Where? How do I get there? This way. I'm gonna loot there. We'll get the second phase of this.
Got some intel that's looking ugly. Rikers are gonna try and wreck the gear I've set up to help keep this place running. I need you to get in their way.
You think you can still catch shit?
Warning. Hostile detected nearby.
Here we go! We got this!
Here we go!
This ends now!
She shot me that I hit. That was so hard that staggered me.
Win this one.
Don't need no permission to kill. You can't let him.
Shit, he's dead.
Oh, that's right. Up we go.
Hostiles incoming.
Nah, put it out of its misery! Clear shot! I'm gonna
And especially with the global event extra damage at those close ranges. It's solo scaling here. And the shotguns aren't too great in this game, but I'm just running them here. One of the commendations is to get 10,000 shotgun kills. Well, it's 10,000 on basically every weapon type. And I have most of them done except marksman rifles and shotguns. And shotguns is actually the lowest one out of. I don't have pistols either. Pistols should be too hard. That one's less than the last one as well. So I'm just getting... Seeing as this global event is pretty good when it comes to... yeah, this is in between. So, is there a way around the fire? Because last time I just ended up just running through the fire. Because you would think maybe like we can go in between these two or something, or that like this one opens or something. But I guess, is there a way to get above it? Also not really. Through the fire and flames. So you ever seen changes in the meta? Yeah. Well, you can get pretty far with healing or things, but also it is very susceptible to buy. Because even I do like consider how a weapon feels or how it alongside of its performance and such, right? But yeah, I find the combination of both is actually really the way to go to kind of use stuff, but then also know what the background stats of stuff can be. Generator. Can I destroy this on there? Can. Don't know if they can actually activate it on the second way as well. Surprising that they didn't actually activate it there. Been great in the
Hostiles incoming.
disagree. I mean, well, in PvP, that's a different thing, right? They hit pretty hard. If I remember right, they never really... They have pretty good modifier here in PvP. In Div2, they're just... Thing is, though, that, yeah, like, running up to enemies and getting myself almost killed is very... when I could long range these guys pretty consistently.
Hostiles incoming.
Get off our turf! Let's do this!
But yeah, more for like people wondering why I'm actually running shotguns. Sometimes it's way too easy to look at something and go, oh, they're running this, so it must make sense, and then you have assholes like me that then like run purple builds, which do make sense, just not in a sensible way.
Grenade out!
Also here, for instance, in this global event with this settings, it's pretty decent. Because you want to be close range anyway, and shotguns do a ton of damage when they're close range. Shoot a bit above it. Wait, was that for the... Are you gonna shoot that, or do you mean something else? Oh, there's some water over that fire, you mean, likely, right? That's what. Yeah, for the fire. Click there. Okay, that's the name. That's right. Although it's an out of combat area, so also we can just run through the fire. It doesn't matter. The fire's not gonna kill us anyway. I thought I looked above it or something, but must have missed that. So Lone Star build is very proper PvP. For sure, yeah. I remember running or messing around with like double shotguns on Lone Star, even on PvE ends.
Said there's a route out of Manhattan.
They can definitely work pretty well, but yeah. I wouldn't per se pick a shotgun as a general weapon in here over...
God knows what else is. That's gotta be bullshit.
It's just this.
But I can't stop thinking about it.
Over an AR. It's just... Having range is somewhat handy. But yeah, just mostly here to get some of those commendations done. I think it's a good idea to put some red on a regen build. Overall, I would just not recommend per se going regen, like actual regen build where you're pushing everything towards the regen. They just don't have, yeah, there are better ways to tank, basically, in Div2. As I'm assuming we're talking Div2 there. That's the questions are on Div2. Because, for instance, tech tanks, where you're using the Artificer to heal a shield instead, you can basically get 200k easily regen on the shield if you go by the per second, basically. It's kind of 2.2 million every 10 seconds. Spawning these guys kind of right on top of me is kind of addictive. More, you say? How about everybody no longer has eyes for a minute? Just so that you don't see what I'm about to do to you. Okay, that's a bit... It's even more people. It's spawning them all right on top of me.
He's shot. Gotta earn that respect. Not even breaking the sweat.
Hostiles incoming.
Now's our chance. We own these assholes.
Put them one right.
Those fuckers got him. Taking the shot.
Let's actually just reload this shotgun and actually.
Warning. Have detected heavily armored hostile approaching.
Go for it now! Make no mistake, or we'll kill you!
Let's party.
What is even? Yeah, it's fine. We need that for the next time then. Because I didn't see like circles going off, but maybe it doesn't render them actually if they're obscure.
Now leaving the contaminated area.
At least we know there's some bullshit there. We'll be ready for it now.
Hostiles detected.
Dead. They got her.
Do I not have any status effect? What status effect am I in?
Hostiles incoming.
Challenge! Nice and easy!
Just a little
I'm going in a shot!
Don't take no disrespect. Bullshit. Fuck.
Bullshit heads killed her!
Dude.
You can't even fight!
It's still under effect. Okay.
Warning.
Oh.
Hostiles have been detected.
Of course. I should have realized that was happening. What? These guys aren't as scary as they are in 2 quite often. At least in here, especially. Because well, they can hit hard. Well, here we're also on. Oh no, I should know we were in Charlie. How's we Where are you? But yeah, they're not as...
Now leaving impacted area.
heavily armored as they are
reduced.
into. Especially into they went like, we'll just give those guys a ton of armor, make it a long fight. No, I probably realized that then. It's just...
Now leaving impacted area.
Oh, okay. It even says water. Oh, yeah. I may have not looked up that time. Oh yeah, now we can. So we swap this for... Is any of these keepable because otherwise it wants maybe get them instantly out. Oh no, she actually didn't have one, right? That I had a predatory LMG there with Meticulous as well. That would have been nice for that fight owner. This one does have predatory, right?
Alert. Hostiles detected. Jamming device active.
What am I hitting there? It's not there.
Jamming device disabled.
You don't belong here.
How many generator fights do we have in this? This is the fight we were at now. It's not a fight.
Hostiles incoming. Hostiles incoming.
She's dead.
You got no chance.
You better pull that trigger. These are bad.
Going for it.
Yeah, this time we'll hang back on that fight in the last one. I believe in a no shield tank. At best, a player's armor amount is like 2 point. Like if you really push it, maybe you can nowadays reach 2.5 or something. A shield starts basically a 6-tier shield is already like 4 million. Mementoed Crusader shield 6 tiers is already 6.5. Those are like way different values to each other. Trying to do face tank, you definitely can, because like I have, even in the build collection, there's like an armor ball kind of setup with Memento charged up. It like regens for 140k per second. And you can just tank a lot of stuff, but you can't also tank and then also do a lot of damage. Because at the end of the day as well, we need to actually kill the things that are in our way. If we just tanking stuff is somewhat useful if you're maybe like going for, you know, some challenges or something of not dying during some of the missions, man. Maxing DPS for each build. I'm not per se maxing DPS, because some builds are about DPS, but some builds aren't per se. Like, we're not maxing DPS on a Eclipse or something, or on an actual raid tank or something.
Warning. Hostiles detected nearby.
But at the very least, I do enjoy like min-maxing ads for the thing that we care about on that build. So at least in a sensible way as well. There's even like on healing and stuff, or like an FI or whatnot. We're saying min-maxing out the healing. That sentence is also still with caveats. Then on heroic, you'll see. I mean, I would just start on heroic. If like a build can't already deal well enough with heroic, it already, you know, it already has some flaws. But also the thing to remember as well, for missions and stuff, it can be quite different than what you set up for, let's say, Summit, because for instance, red builds on missions and stuff, you can much more easily get through them with oh yeah, this is you can much more easily get by in missions because you know where all the spawns and stuff is most of the time as well. Everything spawns kind of in front of you, where in the Summit everything, you know, everything kind of spawns around you.
Incoming.
Here we go. Have your eyes, people.
Hostiles incoming.
Gang up on pegs. Taking the shot. He's fucked. Make no mistake, we'll kill you. We got this.
Make no mistake, we'll kill you. I got that the last time because you killed me. Although yeah, I did make a lot of mistakes.
Make no mistake, we'll kill you.
Hostiles incoming.
Come on, no. It's a clean shot. They're all dead. I got JD. I'm gonna rush.
Good of him to announce that he was gonna rush there.
Warning. Incoming hostiles detected.
This is our time now.
This is indeed your time to burn. Ah.
Warning. Have detected heavily armored hostile approaching.
Alright.
Grenade out!
Damaging the thing. Also, this hitbox here is like just not a hitbox.
Damn, we got more!
Kinda wanna try this hitbox a little bit more. Like yeah, from here on out, like it just doesn't.
It's looking like the equipment's secure. Thanks for taking care of that, Agent.
If you hadn't showed up, things might have gone very different.
Yeah, man. 5.1k worth of underground XP. Should try to get this character to 40 at some point, that's fine. But first, let's just get out of here. In his vision about that. Yeah. Because for instance, making a regen E build. Where's my mouse? Just locked to that screen. 4 point something. Oh no, 3 point something. 3.16. Not 3.15.
You are now entering a safe area.
But something like this is actually kind of usable. I've ran this in the DZ even and stuff when PvEing, and if you're charged up and stuff, you're actually really hard to kill as well. So and it has enough damage to deal with enemies. But on the PvE side of things, this is kind of just because of the amount of stats and stuff that you need to put towards, and brand bonuses towards getting to, you know, the armor regen that it has. You just don't have enough left to really make it hit hard. That's why, like, for instance, a tech tank is technically also a regen kind of based build, because it's, although it's just the shield. So it makes up for it in that way, basically. And I prefer those much better, basically. You know what, I've been, well, not the classic. Well, no.
Tactical Operations Center analytic systems will be undergoing a routine upgrade tomorrow at 0200 hours. Be advised they will be unavailable at this time.
Let's see if we got anything useful out of there, or most likely not.
All systems online and functional.
That was kind of fun to go through underground there. Even though, yeah, we wiped on the boss fight once. It's also always the worst, because then, you know, you lose the most time on it. Actually, I always thought that if you wiped once, you didn't get hunters, but well, there we got hunters after, so. That wasn't the case at all. The babies haven't reset. I mean, yeah, not that. It's still half an hour away. Oh, that counted as the chat that basically had the settings of the challenging one. Nah, let's maybe round it out classically. Oh yeah, we can't. Or can we? Can I leave this zone in some way? No. There is no return to New York. Better the game. I just got bored to rest here. I mean, that's understandable. Like, not, but yeah, I wouldn't say like regen is a good other place to go. There's so many. I'm sure if you're familiar with the build guide, and just link it there as well. Maybe for others that aren't familiar with it as well. Within both yet. That was the place I was in with all those builds. Because even, for instance, going Negotiator, going Umbra, those kind of things can shake up red gameplay, like even without going off of red. But things like Eclipse are completely different and pretty, like, they work. They can please other senses, kind of, right? They can be other ways to enjoy the game. Even combat medics and stuff are kind of handy. For instance, these last few days of this season with no regen, but in Canton always with no regen. We are always available there.
Remember I was talking about the sleeper agents embedded across America? All thanks to the ultra-classified Directive 51.
Because yeah, I can definitely kind of concur with running too much. Just Striker can kind of get.
I'll be here if you change your mind.
Get kind of boring, but there's a lot of ways to shift it up before going like way off the reservation with something like a regen build. Because if you haven't tried it yet, try Negotiator, try Umbra, try OD for red build style. You know, having a tech tank, having a Turk drone hybrid, having headhunters, all the headhunters, all the ways to do headhunting, either Hotshot or Hunter's Fury, Headhunter's Fury, or having just a high-end pistol headhunter, or even high-end rifle headhunter. Only one tested in Summit, get Bighorn on floor 90 legendary. Generally, you don't want to farm 90. 90 is actually a bad choice when it comes to trying to get the Bighorn. The Bighorn drops from a boss. A boss is specifically the last named of a boss floor. in the case, for instance, with Summit. There being 3 names in floor 90, that doesn't mean that each of them has a chance of dropping the bighorn. It's only that last one. So you're much better off doing floor 10, where you have one named and he's also the boss. Yeah, let's maybe just go do a named run. We'll just render that way here. Yeah, we'll stick with this shotgun. And do I not actually have a one that has salvage or a salvage meticulous, which is basically salvage in Div2, but I think those already went to other characters, I think.
Agent, let's talk.
Actually, this could become that. It's got a meticulous. I could put. Oh, I'm gonna have predatory then. That's the thing. But actually, with this one, I would rather just say. Oh, this is predatory. Has this been rerolled? No. This might be quickly because I can just put the mods of this other one in there. Although it depends on if I get lucky, although this is also a 286 weapon, so. Although we don't need it to be that great at the moment. Let's see if we can get meticulous. I don't want to spend way too much of my Phoenix credits on it, but. I know for things like that, it is important to know like what source actually causes some of the drops happen. Because also as well, targeted loot, for instance, doesn't help at all for trying to get bighorn in Summit. It isn't coming from targeted loot. It is a specific drop. But yeah, just floor 10, kill the boss, get out, get back in. And that's the much easier way. Because on floor 90, only the last name would have an opportunity to drop it. So you're not actually increasing your chances, honestly, in the per hour sense, you're actually decreasing your chances. Just one more. This is also why I kind of really want to have the Div2 system here. I would much prefer that, where we have you just pick. There's no gambling. This weapon isn't worth this though. That's the thing. At least we got it there. Yeah, you know, it's fine. We'll offload all of the mods of this one onto that one.
We're doing a little Q&A about what's going on in New York. Thanks for joining us, Lauren. It's great to have you back on the show.
Thanks, Rick.
So, what can you tell us about the Strategic Homeland Division?
Actually, we won't. I don't think I need to even.
I don't have clearance for classified.
I was looking at those mods, actually, they're set up correctly, you know.
And we've been extremely impressed with the difference they've made in Manhattan.
How do you know these division agents aren't
Although I would want a 120 on this one.
Dangerous to criminals.
Is anything over 120?
but nobody seems to know who they are. They have secret government tech, and they walk around like they're bumblers.
Maybe I just go get one. Yes.
I saw one of them ambush in the street yesterday.
Oh, she doesn't have.
Lit up a couple of rioters and continued jogging down the street like nothing had happened. No due process for us civilians now?
Division agents are professionally trained experts and are no threat to civilians.
Lauren, why'd you feel the need to specify that they're no threat to civilians?
Just habit, I guess.
Right. Well, that sounds disconcerting. But if they're willing to stare death in the face for us, I'm not
Let
really
me just take that and this.
onward
Let's put that one away.
Agent, let's talk. Got something new.
What was that? The weapon that got pulled up specifically went into the other weapon for. You know, that serpent design looks kind of cool. Because if we have anything over 120%, we get an extra shot out of it, so that's worth getting. Yay, we have a meticulous shotgun now. I'm even willing to bump this one up a little. Because especially this base going up does matter quite a bit. So as much as I take the wrong info from YouTubers saying drop run, only drop, no, it's any legendary boss basically, and those are the 10, 20, 30, those guys, because it's not the names that come in between. Like if you have a named on as the end of a floor 3, 6, or 9. But yeah, it doesn't need to be floor 90.
Best gear for the streets, right here.
Actually, preferably it isn't. It even isn't floor 90. Yeah. Hey, let's go do a name run real quick and so this is only drops over so much yes on internet these days. Yeah.
Warning. Now we're exiting the safe area.
I've been here and there trying to like correct it sometimes, but feel free to do so as well. Correcting these people.
This city's my bitch now.
Shit. Get off now. Where is it?
Hey, no, hold him down.
And yeah, that's why from time to time we do that like for no particular reason series and talk about people not testing their shit before talking. Because I can tell you for a fact that we like not even from somebody else, but first-hand experience of grinding floor 10 and for the bighorn. I shall likely myself grind floor 10. Although, well, we'll see when that goes. It's likely I'll be busy at the start of the next game. But actually, I want to have 2 more bighorns for... so that 3 characters in total have one. Because currently I have like 1 in the stash, 1 on 1 character, and then I wouldn't mind actually 2 other characters also having their own. I won't be in a hurry to get those.
Let me finish the clean.
Squash. Doing electronic mass to base matter climber by discovered and increase the yeah, I'd be also curious to see actually if it's, I mean, one of the things I'm kind of would be with that is like overhealing is also not that. I mean, well, it does overheal, but I don't mean the effect of overheal, but you know, having sometimes other options can also, because I think I even have like skill haste on. As my like mod ones. But there's also a point where you're do we need that much healing? Especially if it comes at a cost of other things. Div1 indeed. And actually, I think that I've been playing some Div1 quite a bit in the last few days. It's not even a new thing because yeah, the global events are back. If you missed that, so we have assault going on right now. So we're assaulting some people. We're assaulting these toolboxes. I actually be curious to see because yeah, we didn't actually go for setting a really high daily or hourly score. I'm curious to see actually what my hourly score is now on when it rolls over and redoes it. Because what I might try is just tomorrow and Saturday I'll be working, but I'll have an hour here or there just to in between basically. I might try to just do all HVTs on all 3 characters and see how much that time takes, and then maybe then do add an
Readings indicate
named run
area
at the end
is
of it
safe.
or something, and see if that'll get me maybe a higher score even already.
Warning. Now leaving the safe area.
No, that's okay. How much health does actually like a character in this even have? Somewhere in my stats, right? Okay. So that would be so 6 plus 2 kind of ballpark. So 8 seconds to kind of
Fire up and get ready, guys.
heal up for us. Although this is also a build which like has health, right? Like this has some health as stats as well. Actually, no, it doesn't. It's just health on. Okay.
Oh, they got him. You don't belong here. Too close.
I didn't even aggro those other guys. Someone with nice. It's likely as well, even though I'll be away tomorrow and Saturday. I'll be back on Sunday, and then I'll likely jump into Div1 a little bit more for that last day of grinding out. Because I definitely want to, like, I still haven't yet, but I still need a striker chests, and we'll be Definitely now's the best time to try and get one. So,
Go for it.
oh, hi.
Let's get this over with. Oh, they got him. What the? Don't come.
We're also in combat with those people upstairs, but we'll just outdistance them here. It's gonna be over there. These extra big explosions.
That was mine.
I got nothing to say to you. You are nothing to me.
What was it? And yes, you know, keeping an eye on the vendor sometimes as well. Phil as usually as well, like for the so many of the mods. One's dead.
Oh shit! We own this place.
Presently, there's also one of those things that we had targeted here that could make those kind of things so much more gettable. And we could also just grind for them. Because I feel with a lot of mods, I'm just always going, yeah, I'll just wait till they're on a vendor and just get them from there. If you just wait long enough, they'll come back.
Come on, what you got in here?
Gonna watch you bleed.
Shouldn't take
Aggro those buggers. I can murder them in a sec.
Say you're. I can't see.
I like how this thing just one-shots names.
You're ready to fight. Got him.
At least, well, with the global event. We'll run for the far away guy. This might as well. Likely as well, by the time we've done these, it'll be the daily reset. You want to actually see what score I have on the leaderboards, but then I might also just do a quick daily on this character, or the 3 simple ones if they're simple, which they usually are. So could you hold still? Stop wiggling.
This way. I'm taking that off.
Cover me. Psychopath.
Who the hell are you shooting at?
Oh, we didn't get that guy? Oh, we had a 4-drop there, so we had a exotic and or maybe it was from the other guy. One of them was maybe. No, actually, no. I killed that other guy after him, so I was likely exotic plus classify. Anyway, I'll run the distance here.
Got a problem here.
And this thing is now so much nicer with meticulous on it. Or well, having a meticulous version of it. I'm so low on tools, I'm actually gonna go grab these two. Basically having salvage on them, an on-kill percentage resets on the ammo. Especially here where we're basically one-shotting any enemy, we have some chances of getting back to full mag. Let's cool down on the bosses, 4 hours. I think it's almost 2 hours, still not behind. Yeah, it's 4 hours. Oh, there you go, the 6 out there as well. Some difficult lines. Yeah. I just especially know that one because yeah, it does matter actually, and I used to sometimes care about them. I'll get some weapon bars over there. We'll kill those Rikers.
Oh yeah, this is the good stuff.
And the amount of times we've run these loops. Fat fingered spacebar there together with V. Expecting everybody to be there, but that wasn't the case. They one tap the name, but not that guy. Where are you?
We got the numbers here. That's a clear shot.
Gonna make them pay.
We've got the numbers here. There's 2 of you and there's 1. I mean, yeah, in a literal sense, sure, fine, but it's not like you have that many more on me. So many people in the terminal. Yeah. Although I feel quite often, like in weekends and stuff, it's been pretty busy there anyway. Even before the global events returning, but I think a lot of people are catching on now because also remind that they were added on Monday, so it's taking a while for people to kind of get the news. I would think actually on this weekend it will be. I'm just surprised that a few other streamers that I do know were missing around. With Div1 at points haven't actually also messed around here. It staggered me out of the grenade range. Worked in my favor. What am I still in combat with? Nothing. Good to know. Even more tools. Don't mind if I do. 2018.
Now entering a safe area.
I mean, unless it's like exceptionally busy, but I've sometimes seen it be
You're now leaving
like,
the
have a
safe
few
area.
people there. It's being a little busy. Obliterate on striker chest when running St. Elmo's. The difference between running chest or obliterate for striker is just more of a question of what you're doing with it. For a lot of stuff, if you aren't per se stacking with an ACS or rock and roll or a lefty, generally obliterate is the way to go if you're just maining the AR. Outside of a few pieces of content, like for instance, master difficulty now or something. Anywhere where you actually have enough enemies that even shooting, just normally shooting, you'll get to into the 150 stacks and stuff. Thing to kind of remember is that the
Agent, we're getting word of supply drops landing.
chest striker, you generally need to be around at least 150 stacks and above. Like there's an actual number, I don't remember.
You better
right
get
now.
there before the wrong people get their hands
But you need to be
it is,
quite well stacked
pasta and blankets. Get on it,
for
Agent.
it to be worth it over the obliterate. And that just doesn't happen everywhere. But then there's places where it does have, like even countdown on extraction and stuff. But then even on countdown, like it depends, because if you have the close range buff and everybody's doing like, tons of damage at close range, kind of like we have here even. Oh, the dailies reset there. It was apparently a daily to kill one named, which I just did there. Job's done. And what you want to have for yourself is just have both options. Have both chest, an obliterate chest, and also the striker chest, and then like a swap-in piece. I usually have all my characters basically the option to go any of the either chest striker or obliterate striker basically.
We were helping them. JTF doesn't know what's good for them at all.
Hey, so thinking. Was it actually the PV build sheet? Is that? Because I've seen a name pop up, but it was like the start with a G, right?
Sad to see Manhattan like this.
I was thinking if you want to put it in maybe in the Discord.
I'm gonna see what that is.
Clear that out.
We got company. Shit! Eyes! Shit! Focus fire! Over here!
It was funny to hear like 3 people yell out in unison. My eye! Like, the one call out there. Actually, what are the dailies? It is. So that was one named. 5 standard or above items crafted and 10 raiders eliminated. Maybe we'll go and get some raiders after this as well. In the DZ. And also, yeah, craft just 5 random items. And it's working here. And a happy Thursdays all around indeed.
You are now entering a safe area.
Striker backpack of VG. VG, if you're going perfect glass, is a perfectly fine choice. If you're going obliterate and such, I would prefer just striker backpack. But also, yeah, if you're going perfect glass, you're going for like a specific playstyle. And that together with like Vigi can work well. But I wouldn't per se go obliterate Vigi, like that gains you nothing over a striker backpack. Oh well, not much. You gain like a % over.
What the hell is your problem?
Actually, no, you don't, because you lose the coyote, which gains you like 2%.
Readings indicate an echo nearby.
But sacrifice gift is definitely an option for striker.
I'm weapons free. Focus fire.
Oh, weird bear.
I'm blind.
Well, let me solve you being blind by making you dead instead. That's one way to solve it, I feel.
Just like training. Let's get this done.
For a second there, it was like, it looked like that guy was shooting this guy.
Morning. Readings indicate this area is contaminated.
Engaging. No letting up.
Exiting the contaminated area.
Ridiculous there. What builds am I using? The one I just run a mix of, like, each character has their own stuff. Here you're running Nomad, works pretty well for solo play. Striker is definitely as good as advertised. I mean, not too long ago, like a month ago, finally getting a classified striker together for the first time. That one's pretty good.
Not much happening here.
But yeah, a bunch of classifieds. I have a bunch of them set up. Kind of like Predator's Mark as well, even though like the setup that I have for it isn't that setup. But here, especially with the global event, I like running tanky stuff that can, especially as well, I'm trying to get a ton of shotgun kills during this event. Because it's really the event for it. So, might as well. Yeah, let's go get some looters, which, I mean, like, kind of down here is a lot of looters.
Found out a bit more about those supply drops.
Is Jessica best to put obliterate on, and why? Overall, yes, and that's just because it beats any other option, just on pure output. Things like Fenris and stuff, which would, you know, be an option as well, would only apply to, they will generally be chests, or well, they're not, they don't beat Cheska, they beat Grupo by a tiny amount. But yeah, Cheska is kind of unbeatable, even at 8% now, versus other options. It just adds more to the build than any other. So generally you want to have Cheska on there, and then like the other, if you're going without a Coyote or you want to like not run a Coyote, then it becomes a choice between Grupo, Fenris, hell, even if Fox's Prayer maybe. Sucking this bad with shooting. Right. One rioter already.
Hey, thanks for the house. Take a deep. See how you like this.
And especially these E-challenges type stuff. Quite often do them, because one of the things is as well, like, we just need 10 raiders killed. It doesn't matter if we die after or get murdered, or we can just run in here and get 10 raiders and just get out. Yeah, exactly 10. Put the cheese in. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'll actually get that after.
Update. Supply drops have expired.
Doesn't want to be. Doesn't really have a righteous one. Bills changing that. Yeah. Although, yeah, I generally don't want to be like every time. That ends up just at the end of the day. Usually, that ends up just you don't end up using it in that many ways. Having dedicated, because if you have to recalibrate each time, even though it doesn't cost much, it's just annoying, and if you're anything like me, I'll forget quite often. Yeah, we'll round it out there. I'm gonna actually get cleaned up here. Oh, we got an urban MDR. Oh, this could actually this could be actually really good for me. For the sentry call I have. So maybe we do up the stamina on that build and then go with predatory. Because yeah, if we have to run urban MDR, then maybe it's kind of worth it. In a lot of places, I would rather not, man. What? Kind of fat fingered it there, I think. Yes. Never really make this work. So screw that. Oh, non-classifieds. I'm not gonna mess around in that one with. Yeah, there is high-end builds you can make, but I'm not gonna care. And I already have Banshee gloves there. That one is like completely unusable. Having both electronics on this, where I think you would likely go stamina, even if you were gonna go that route. Keep that one. No, there's better. Well, this is small. This is, I think, small. But yeah, that would also not work out really for us. Sorry.
Yeah, you just got a great
that
deal.
we have. Let's just sell these. Currency can always be useful. Also, there's a commendation for selling. There isn't one for deconstructing, or if there is, I've already hit it. Also these. Hey, also we need to craft 5 items.
I'm not succeeding, York. I am not succeeding. Some of you out there have been asking me to find out the name of this sleeper agency.
Don't update at all, or there's the exact same number, and that's actually just gonna wear my credits. Then like, because yeah, what were you doing? Because honestly, it's not too hard likely to get a lot like this reset as well. So just doing the weekly likely, and then a run, and then or maybe just a few. Because for instance, my one, whatever I am now, what am I now? Oh, actually, I mean, oh, that's 7.7. Will that have been that? That seems actually pretty high for that. Maybe this was the. Can't per se think of like what other. Actually, seeing as me and Basics have the same, maybe this was when we did the weeklies. Yeah. Because I did do, for instance, a run to on 3 different characters, get the names and stuff, because it's basically how much you can get in an hour. One of the things you can do as well, so resistant caches, definitely. I don't know actually if survival, although there's likely a guide on, like, there's likely a post on it somewhere. Things like some of the caches have basically currency in them as well, so you can pop them all kind of together. But I can't remember what that gear said even 6 years later. It's basically, it has its own regen, then it also has armor on kill. It is a very tanky set, and then if you're solo especially as well, it has, well, actually even in group setting it has unbreakable, but solo it has even like multi, like we have extra chances at the unbreakable triggering and stuff, which makes it very tanky, especially. And then, for instance, in my case, I don't have it like super tanky setup. Like I'm only on like 4k stamina. I'm pretty high on the firearms, just 1 stamina roll basically. And then the mods are also firearms. And that actually does make, you know, it's tanky enough. It's not like super tanky, but it's tanky enough. Do I make something? What do I make? What would be even useful to me? Actually, I could use it's annoying that like there aren't any real good of the, because I would want one that has also max slot, which none of these, the ones we can craft there. But yeah, I could actually use some MG5s, I think, especially if I can get them with predatory third stats, or maybe even meticulous on it. That would be the dream. Basically, so I can make it end up with maybe destructive, meticulous, and then predatory in the free stat. If only these two were turned around. As a predator is like much harder for me to trigger. That would have been the dream, but instead it's a nightmare. I'm not even gonna keep that. And we can craft one more. Oh well, we need to craft one more for the daily. And that one's in the bag too. Yeah. So we'll just check this out and then we'll kind of call it a day. And now I have some stash space again as well by making that meal and stuff, and offloading also some of the pieces I was specifically saving for that character, kind of. So that's all out of the way. Also, yeah, here I'll likely get this Hunter's Fate maybe on, so that I'll start modding it in and stuff at some point. This doesn't seem like a combo. Yeah, that's actually not keep change. That's not going to be made workable. But yeah, the thing is, especially these bolt actions like the SRS and the thingy, They actually have a max slot and then more slots than the ones we can craft. Especially having a max slot seems not a bad deal for Hunter's Fate. Because hitting the reload makes it drop the buffs on it, so yeah. We would want that to be much higher. But yeah, that's for in the future. In the background, let me quickly first find some where we're going raiding. As yeah, we'll send everybody off in a minute. And I see somebody there, but we've raided them already a bunch of time. Let me see if there's anybody else in the category that I'm like, let's go with them. I don't really see anything there. Maybe we try the Div2 category. Actually, I mean, I can check who I'm from my following list as well. Anybody in Div2? So maybe we'll go sending people over there. Although as well, I don't see that many people on there. I feel it's also, yeah, it's the last week of this season, so people are kind of, you know, just doing some other stuff, including me. I'm in other stuff. Yeah, you know what? We'll send everybody over to. Oh, he's been going for forever as well. Maybe we'll just go with SFT. We've raided him several times this week already. Also, I don't see any other good choices there. Let me catch up on some of these last ones, and then we'll send everybody on the Twitch end off. Circuit build as well. My buddy would always run the claimers. I mean, down the valve build. Yeah, Striker is also very handy to have. And yeah, there's a global event that kind of where we can easily get some. Memento versus Kaido Mass. Does running one or the other depend on which weapon or build? I mean, they're very different pieces, honestly. Memento is very good solo. You can slot it in, get some regen, get 2 tiers for a shield, get, you know, some skill efficiency also for shield and such. But it's very much, you need to have those pickups, and then you also need to keep those pickups, which also means, for instance, you can't fast travel to safe houses. You want to fast travel to, like, you know, classifieds and missions and stuff like that, which limits your freedom to travel. Then the Coyote is, for instance, as well, in a group setting, it's also benefiting everybody, right? So there are different things for different moments. I don't know if you're familiar, happy days, with the build collection. A link to the build collection. There's, if you just, you know, kind of go through it, you'll see a bunch of builds that either use Memento or Coyote. And what you can do is kind of, if you go through them and kind of look through them, you'll find, it'll become obvious, like, oh, this has Coyote because it's much more of just damage dealer. It's going all in on damage. This has a Memento because it's trying to be tanky or it's trying to use skills as well and stuff. Because also, for instance, yeah, for third drone hybrids, Memento is really good because it both applies to the main weapon with weapon damage, but also gives skill efficiency for the skills. And hey there, one to you. Although, yeah, hey and bye, as we're about to round it out. And yeah, I won't be around tomorrow or Saturday, as I'll be away working, sadly, annoyingly. But I'll be back on Sunday, and we'll continue on, likely with a little bit of Division 1 there as well. We'll round out all of the global event challenges, because I do want to, of course, on main account especially, I want to get all of the challenges done. I've done that for all global events so far, never missed any, so let's not start now. But yeah, I'll likely just do that all on Monday. There's going to be plenty of time then. The challenges are never, they don't take too long. Because by Monday as well, the global events here in Division is going to end on Sunday night, basically. So it won't go till Tuesday, and then, we'll likely jump into Div2 back for Monday, and then, of course, Tuesday we'll have the patch day, hopefully without too much issues. But we'll see how that goes. But yeah, for now, I'll send everybody off. Enjoy SFT, and as always, have a good night.